let me show you what I got.
There's only so much that a person can take. Too much abuse and somebody you break. I took a pill and I hopped on a plane, and I'm never looking back again. 'Cause I am on a strike against my body and mind. What once was pain is now pleasure of mine. Everybody's so quick to stand up and say you gotta try to stay together. But you gotta ask yourself, is this really what I wanted? Everybody's so quick to sit you down and say try to be cool about it. Baby, watch me break down. Feel the way I want to, feel the way I want to, feel the way I want to feel. Feel the way I want to, feel the way I want to, feel the way I want to feel. I was sitting in the crystal throne. When you woke me, I was all alone. Remember, everyone's addicted to the things we want. You can scrape it all together, but it won't be enough. No money. Well, you can't be saved, and it won't be long before the danger and desire has you pining for more. No money. Now you're under the pressure. You should have known better. 100,000 million. Does it fill you? Does it thrill you? Money. Welcome to the mystery. Where's a hand that comfort me? It's too late and I want to leave. Born into the greatest line. Oh, tell me, why does she deserve what's mine? You're coming in, you're cutting in line. Gonna burn it down tonight. Tell me, are you with me one more time? Everyone's addicted to the things we want. You can scrape it all together, but it won't be enough. You tell me everyone's beholden to the things we love. Another $100 million gets me closer to God.
going on, everybody? Hello. How we doing? How we doing? Yo, my people, my party people. My party people. I hope we're having a splendid day. I hope we are having a hashtag blessed day on this day of all days. I got a Kars4Kids ad in the car today. I was looking around and I'm like, what are we gonna cover today? And then I saw this Kars4Kids stuff, and I went, you know what? Let's take a look at that. Let's see what's going on with one of the most annoying commercial jingles of all time. And shocker, it goes back to Israel. So, donate your car so that Orthodox teens can take a trip to Israel. You just gotta laugh. You gotta laugh at this point. Like, okay. All right, sure. Yeah, I guess that fuck-ass jingle for a nonprofit to send kids to a fuck-ass state. My whole life has been a lie. I know. It's always something. It's really, really always something going on here. So anyway, we will take a look as to what is happening with Kars4Kids. More like birthright trips for kids. That's right. Junimo, thank you for the bits. Tofu Shop, thank you for the 18 months. Kars4Kwan. That's right, everybody. Kars4Kwan. And I promise, the only trip I'm taking is to the moon. I'm back. Hope of Clowntown, thank you for the 29 months. Ash, thank you for the 10 months. Momo, thank you for the 17. Potluck Social, thank you for the Prime Lateral Tap. Thank you for the Prime. Bad Hosper coverage of Kars4Kids was hilarious. Link that, please. Link that. Because we are gonna take a look at that. Honestly, we should have seen it based on how bad the jingle is. The worse the jingle, the more Israel's got to be involved. Somehow. Those Aura music vids of Orthodox teens dancing with a $5 mascot. Wasn't there a video? Wasn't there a video of the mascot that a bunch of Orthodox Jews thought was being anti-Semitic, so they chased it through the streets or something? Five-ish. Yeah, it's money. So they thought it was being an anti-Semitic prank. And Five is just like, wait, hold on, no, I'm with you. An anthropomorphized $5 bill. That reminds me of when, what was it? Was it Bruno? It was Bruno, right? With Sacha Baron Cohen, where he got chased by a gang in Israel because they thought he was a gay guy. So they were chasing him through the streets. YB's Corner, what the heck? Thank you so much. Thank you for the 5 gifteds. Appreciate that. Never Broken Truck, thank you for the 8 months. Does Caroline still do movie night streams? We do cooking and film class on Sundays. I will see you there. It sounds ridiculously anti-Semitic to say aloud. I know. But it happened. But that is the truth. Borat and now, well, he's always been Zionist. Yeah, that moment will always stick with me because of the fact that Zionists are always trying to pinkwash and be like, if you were gay in Gaza, they'd throw you off the roof. It's like, hey, have you seen this clip from Bruno when a bunch of homophobes in Israel were chasing him through the streets? You see that one? Zionism is actually the anti-Semitism. Always and forever. Rotisserie Chicken, thank you for the 3 months. Hogan, thank you for the tier 3, 44 months. Ebb and Flow, thank you for the 8. Nomadic Noodle, thank you for the 4 months. Okay, so also, to be fair, Bruno does kind of suck, so it makes sense why we'd all forget it. Yeah, for sure. I will be, I think, making my appearance on Noah Samson's fundraising stream this Saturday at 2 p.m. Pacific time. That is the slot that I booked today. So if you want to come hang out, unfortunately, we have to raise funds because yet another person is being sued by the strongest, most manly man on the internet, Ethan Klein. So I will be helping out with this fundraiser. So yeah, come hang out. I'll be there for probably an hour or so. I will not be live Saturday. Sued for what? His feelings were hurt. His fifis were hurt. His fifis got hurt, so there's only one thing to do, and that is to sue, baby, sue! That's how we do it in America. When somebody hurts your feelings, you just sue them. Some people got too much money. They got way too much money. They got that real USA mindset of just sue them. You know, that's how you just try to bully people through lawsuits. Vid on Kars4Kids. Why does Kars4Kids funnel most of its money to 5-ish Yap Dollar and a town in New Jersey? Well, we'll be taking a look at that later. What else do we have? I think, I cannot stop laughing at the January Sixers, including what's his name from Bob Burgers? Who's the Jan Sixer? Who plays Pesto? Jimmy Pesto on Bob's Burgers? Jay Johnston. Yes, Jay Johnston, who's also there on January 6th doing a little insurrection. His wife was on Twitter crying today about how mean everyone is and how unfair it is. And it's so funny to me because these are the same motherfuckers who scream and cry and lie about immigrants getting $10,000 from the government, getting handouts, right? Immigrants getting free handouts from the government. These same people who are actually the ones who think that they deserve a handout from the government, the very same government that they tried to do an insurrection on. They tried to overturn the legal election results. Like they did a crime. They did so many crimes. And now, oh my God, you're reaping what you fucking sow. Me reaping. Or me sowing. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Me reaping. Oh God, it's not fair. His wife tried to blame Tim Heidecker for him being seen at January 6th. It's so pathetically hypocritical. If it was a crime, then why were they pardoned and paid? That's true. Also, how many pedophiles are we up to now that were a part of January 6th and have been pardoned, but then also have been sent back to prison for doing pedophilia? Oh yeah, it's a lot. Okay, this is Jay Johnston's wife. Chatter Juju, thank you for the 9 months. Broadcast from Poor Farm, thank you for the tier 1. Carl Marksman, thank you for the 3 months. Leslie, thank you for the tier 1. Sarah Radovanovich. Sarah Radovanovich, who is married to Jay Johnston, who was an actor. And you probably know him best from Bob's Burgers. Here's her fucking essay that she wrote on Twitter today. This goddamn essay. We lost everything over January 6th. Hold on a second. We lost everything over J6. My husband, Jay Johnston, is an actor and comedian with a career spanning over 3 decades. A lifetime of work in the entertainment industry disappeared overnight, replaced with a campaign designed to banish us from society completely. Networks and studios publicly blacklisted him before any charges or arrest. He was fired from Bob's Burgers and several other ongoing projects. Theaters around Los Angeles put messages up on their marquees. Social media filled up with thousands of death threats and hateful messages. Friends disappeared. We were debanked. Everything we ever worked for was gone. We went from working in Hollywood for decades to doing handyman jobs just to survive. Federal agents raided our home at dawn. They dragged us out of bed in our underwear at gunpoint and forced him to kneel in the dirt while the entire neighborhood watched. The government and media worked together to destroy us. I lost my career, even though I wasn't even there that day. Our daughter, who was only 11 and has autism, was kicked out of her special needs programs. The only person I feel bad for here is the daughter, okay? And yeah, I don't believe that is what happened, though. But I do feel bad for the daughter. She's got some real fuck-ass, stupid-ass parents. School administrators denied us. Other parents boycotted us and wouldn't let their kids near her. She was placed on the Quiet Skies terrorist watch list and subjected to repeated invasive searches at the airport. Oh, well, maybe you shouldn't have done an insurrection, you dumb fucks! Excuse me. The sensory overload was so bad we couldn't take her to visit her grandfather while he was going through cancer treatment. Our story is not unique. Hundreds of other families went through similar nightmares. Some lost their homes, businesses, marriages, and children. Military benefits gone. Fathers spent years in prison. Many were in solitary confinement, denied medical care and religious services, missing funerals and family milestones. The stress destroyed their health. Some J6ers even took their own lives. It is time for restitution. Every ruined life, every traumatized child, and every stolen year demands full accountability and fair compensation. The amounts must reflect the true permanent damage done, lost careers that span decades, destroyed futures, and irreplaceable family time. So victims are made whole, not given token settlements. I don't know. Maybe don't do an insurrection. Maybe just shut your entire ass up here. These are the same people who would say that it's racist to white people for indigenous folks to demand reparations, for Black Americans to demand reparations, for people in this country who have been genocided, who have been enslaved, who have been historically oppressed by white supremacist America. Those groups that deserve reparations, these motherfuckers would turn around and be like, that's racist towards white people. That's not fair. Same ones who are now demanding restitution because, like a bunch of meth heads, as Azalea Banks said, They scrambled up the walls of the Capitol and tried to overturn the election results. What? Y'all are the biggest babies. Y'all are the biggest babies. Truly, high treason. And they're like, it's not fair. We are the victims here. Honestly, based off every member of Mr. Show to not associate with Jay after Jay's. Honestly, based every member of Mr. Show to not Mr. Austin's show? Or do you mean of Bob's Burgers? Snowflakes are white after all. Yeah. And the other thing is that they have already gotten so much because Trump pardoned Jan 6ers. Like they have their president in power who's trying to cook up a 1.776, get it? 1776, $1.776 billion anti-weaponization fund for him and all his allies to compensate his allies who were unfairly treated. They were so mistreated. Mr. Show is the name of their show. I gotcha. David Cross and Bob Odenkirk, it's where Jay got his start. Yeah, they don't fuck with him. Why would anybody normal fuck with Jay Johnston? They got a literal get out of jail free card. Yeah. Yeah, their guy is in office. Like, give me a fucking break. Are you kidding me? Zephyr, thank you for the 4 months. And so she was replying, Sarah Radovinovich was replying to this guy. Remember this guy? So happy stealing the lectern. So happy. Here's his post. On a serious note, I'm writing up my complaint against the DOJ and submitting it this week. Maybe I'll fly to DC and deliver it personally. My situation is different than most. The infamy gained from this photo will be in history books. What they did to me will have a generational effect on my family and their loved ones. I was mocked and called a thief by Jimmy Kimmel, John Krasinski, and Jim Carrey. The 3 J's, they called me a thief. My face and the accusation of being a thief was shared globally for years. It still persists today, harming my chances to win my local election or lead a normal life. Public school teachers told my children and their friends that their dad was a terrorist. My wife's reputation was dragged through the mud. Death threats caused her work to have to hire private security. USF denied my re-entry into college. I had to fight to get my gun rights back. My guns that they tried to take away. But luckily it's America, so you can do an insurrection and still have gun rights. It's totally fine. You can do an insurrection, you can do treason against the government, and you can get your guns back. Don't worry, just so you know. My children and myself were subjected to additional screenings by TSA. And we're not Muslim. That's what they do to the Arabs. That's what they do to the Muslims. But they did that to me and my children. My federal probation officer tried to stop me from speaking out on Timcast. It's my guy. Warning that more death threats might come if I choose to talk. My attorney fees were $100,000. I was fined $5,000 and I lost 5 years of my life to date fighting the lies that they told about me. We spent an additional $150,000 in publicity trying to clear my name and restore my reputation. The DOJ could have chosen to release the evidence clearing my name, but withheld it. They maliciously charged me with felony theft. We lost things that can never be restored. But if they choose to do the right thing and restore the J6ers, we can finally finish setting things right. I mean, what? It's not like there's a photo of me stealing the lectern after I broke into the Capitol. What do they expect me to do? Not break into the Capitol? And steal the lectern? And take a photo waving and smiling? This is America! This is America! Girl, how did you time the music so perfectly? It's called being a theater kid. Okay? Hi, you tried to overthrow the government. I don't know if you guys remember that. Like, do the January 6ers need to be reminded what January 6th was? What that was all about? His Twitter handle, his Twitter handle is literally the lectern guy. This fucking guy who's like, I can't believe there were photos of me all over the world stealing the lectern. They're calling me the lectern guy? What? This is so mean. I deserve so much compensation for that. Prince Lectern Guy, the Lectern Guy, at Lectern Leader, header and profile photo of him stealing the lectern. Even Fox News for a moment was like, this is too much. Fox News was like, oh, God, here we go. Gonna have to defend these clowns. Yeah, and the pinned tweet as well. This guy is such a fucking joke. Oh, my God. Maybe it's a parody account. No. I don't think it is, but these people all feel like a parody. Fox News said, girl, no. Girl, no. These people are so fucking delusional. And again, these are the same, this is the same crowd who will scream about immigrants, right? Talk about how they're stealing everything. How Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, the Democrats are just handing out thousands of dollars. And it's like, no, that's your guy. No, that's you. No, that's your group and your guy who's the fucking president. People like this dude will support throwing random BLM protesters in jail. They support throwing trans people in jail. They're like, yeah, trans people should be in jail for being trans. I'm innocent. Every single factor of his profile is red-handed proof of the felony. It's so, and again, it's that mentality. You know, these people who are like, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. You know, it's all about making it, right? That's you work hard and you achieve the American dream, blah, 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 blah. And how they blame everyone but themselves. It's comically indignant. It really is. They are mad at everyone except, and they'll never be mad at Donald Trump either. There's like a few Jan 6ers who since January 6, 2021 have been like, yeah, what was I doing? Yeah, you know what? That was crazy. I actually hate Donald Trump now. There's a few, but a lot of them, especially the loudest ones, are very much so only more deeply entrenched in the feeling of being the true victims in this country. Yeah, never blame yourself. Always blame others. It goes all the way to the top. It's Astro, thank you for the tier 1. Sarah, thank you for the 5 months. Good God. I just can't get over the fact that Trump is like, here, let me try to get $2 billion. Let me try to get $2 billion because you're right. We are the victims here. We were victimized by Regina George Biden. Didn't people literally go to jail for quoting Charlie Kirkstone? There are people who went to jail for a longer period of time for quoting either Donald Trump or Charlie Kirk's own words, then went to jail for participating in an insurrection. Like, just sit with that one for a sec, you know? There are people who went to jail longer for memes, for posting memes. A Jan Sixer was picked on Kill Tony. The interview was a deep dive into the MAGA mind like I've never experienced before. Whoa. Whoa. Speaking of Charlie
Give me
Kirk.
that work. Niggas talk out the side of their neck like Charlie Kirk. What's the worth? Baby girl left with a smirk, neck busted like Charlie Kirk. On the run now, what's the purse? Better aim for the neck like Charlie Kirk. Bitch hit the earth. She alright in the end, lean left like Charlie Kirk. We try not to teach that bitch sleep when she sleep. If the cameras are free, the for actions and eat it. And top about all the next turning my Tina. I'm coughing and Joey.
I will say, which I have said so many times, it is unbelievable how we went from, if you post Charlie Kirk's own words, you'll go to federal prison, right? Your life is over. They'll put you on FBI watch list. To now, Charlie Kirk is such a fucking joke, and the people who pretended to care about him aren't pretending anymore. They've got other things to pretend to care about.
Give me that work. Niggas talk out the side of their neck like Charlie Kirk. What's the worth? Baby girl left with a smirk, neck busted like Charlie Kirk. On the run now, what's the purse? Better aim for the neck like Charlie
Just
Kirk. Bitch hit
memed.
the earth. She alright in the end, lean
If Charlie Kirk were still alive, he would have been memed to
left
death.
like Charlie Kirk. We try not to teach that bitch sleep when she sleep. If the cameras are free, the for actions and eat it. And top about all the next turning.
God. Couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. Truly couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. Man, that guy. Okay, let's watch a little vid. Let's watch a little Leisha vid on this
May 20th,
to learn more about this
2026. You're
slush
tuned
fund
into
for
Why
these
America?
Jan
I'm your loyal
Sixers.
friend, Leisha Miller. On Monday, the Trump administration and the IRS announced a settlement of the lawsuit Trump, his family, and his businesses had brought against the IRS, asking for $10 billion in damages due to a leak of Trump's tax returns back in 2020. The 9-page settlement agreement created a nearly
Yeah, and basically he's like, you can't come after me or my family for taxes that we did not pay in the past, which is pretty much the entirety of the Trump family past. They're like, yeah, you cannot come after us for taxes that we forgot to pay. That's part of the settlement. Like, oh, okay.
slush fund and a 5-member panel handpicked by the president's personal lawyer, Todd Blanche, who also happens to be heading the DOJ at the moment. That panel will then be able
Also
to secretly
in
award
perpetuity.
money from that taxpayer-funded
Which is
slush
fucking
fund
crazy.
to anyone they want who
Why should we pay taxes? Genuinely. I know we say this all the time. I know every year tax season rolls around, we're like, hey, what if we just didn't pay taxes because fuck this shit? But this settlement and now the subsequent attempt to procure a $1.7 billion anti-weaponization fund for Trump allies, I'm like, why am I paying so many taxes? Hello? Why am I paying federal taxes?
applies for
Once
compensation
again.
for being victims of lawfare and the weaponization of the DOJ under Biden. Everyone obviously
Always the
immediately
goddamn
understood
grift.
that to mean the people who were prosecuted for their illegal activity.
Hey there, off topic. I was curious if there's a link to the Discord. Should be exclamation point Discord. Also, Kasia, thank you for the 9 months.
In relation to the January 6th
Yeah,
insurrection.
you know what? Jeff Bezos thinks we shouldn't pay taxes. Jeff Bezos was like, look, rich people like me, we shouldn't pay taxes. But also, the bottom 50% shouldn't pay taxes to even it out.
As well as many of Trump's allies and lackeys who have faced prosecution for their own illegal activities over the years. James Comey has said he might apply for compensation because of all of the bogus charges the Trump DOJ has brought against him over the last year, but we all know that he's not who this taxpayer-funded slush fund is for. This settlement and the anti-weaponization fund is something that every American needs to be paying close attention to because it represents a level of unprecedented self-dealing by the President of the United States at such an astronomical scale that it's truly breathtaking in its audacity. And we're the ones who will be paying for it. Today, we're breaking down what the fuck is going on and why Trump's new slush fund for all his loyalists is completely beyond the pale. I know we talk politics and serious things around here, but I want to just say right now for the record that this is also a
Found out recently that I paid more taxes for one item in 2022 than any of the gas companies in Australia in 2026. Love that.
The fascists hate to see you enjoying yourself despite the
Love
horrors.
that.
To help you get there, I'm partnering with Balessa for today's
Dude,
video.
if Trump doesn't die of old age before 2028, the country's going to go broke, or they technically already are since they're dead at China, etc. But Trump he's going to die. Don't worry. I've put it into the universe. All right. I've hired every Etsy witch. I have manifested. I have been manifesting that.
Balessa's mission is to empower
So,
everyone to embrace, explore,
I
and
do
celebrate
believe.
their sexuality. And I love that for me and for you. You
I
may
do-
already know and love the Pebble,
do
the little
believe
ergonomic powerhouse that has independently
that it-
controlled suction
that-
and
I do believe we
vibration.
will
But I'd
win.
also like you to meet the newest addition to the Balessa line.
What
the
is
Pebble
this?
Pro.
Is this a-
It's
oh.
stronger and more powerful, and
I
with an
didn't
extended
even
battery
notice
life,
that.
you don't have to worry about unexpected disappointment.
There's
and it comes
there's
with
just a
3
vibrator on the
interchangeable
screen.
heads plus 5
It's the
different
Rose toy.
vibration
Everybody's doing
So it's about as customizable as
the
it
vibrator and
gets.
dildo
Next,
ads
the ear
now.
vibe.
It's
It has
basically
dual
for
capabilities.
leftists
It is
online.
quiet,
It's ground
discreet,
news,
and comes in a
and then
very
it's
cute little case.
boutique
And finally, the
Balessa.
thump, a little gadget that
It's
does it all.
basically
It vibrates,
here's an
suctions,
aggregate of
thumps,
news,
it's
or
waterproof,
here's a
USB
dildo.
chargeable. They are innovating over at Balessa, and I'd like
That's
you to
all.
experience
That's all
it
that
for
people
yourselves.
can get.
And you better bet I'm hooking you up. Everyone who signs up using my link in the description wins a
Caroline, you're gonna
free
misplace one of the
suction
candle
toy with
emojis
your
again and
order.
make him
Click the
immortal.
link in my
Shit, you mean
description
like I
and grab your
did
new
with
vibe now. Have a
you,
little
like I
fun
did when I
despite
tried to
the
do a
horrors.
a
Thanks so
candle
much to
seance
Balessa
for
partnering
Charles
with me
Melton
on
to
today's
get
video.
nominated
Okay,
for an
let's back
Oscar,
up.
and then he
Here's what's going
didn't.
on. Back in January of this year, Trump and his family sued the IRS for the leak of their
I was really upset when my mom recognized one of these sponsorships. No. Because, and I'm sorry. Sorry if this is too personal. Your mom should get to jack off. Okay? Your mom should have orgasms. All right? There is no such thing as being too old, being too mom. All right? Rev it up, ladies. Yeah. Especially if it's like, I don't know. Okay, now I'm getting real personal, but stop, please. I'm just saying, let moms flick the bean, you know? All right, that's it.
tax returns. I put leak in air quotes because, yes, technically
done.
it was a leak. A government
You posted
contractor
it in
named
chat.
Charles Littlejohn stole tax documents from the IRS and released them publicly without permission. He was found guilty and sentenced to 5 years
Mom's
in
got a
prison
nut.
back in
They do.
2024. But the injustice that Trump allegedly faced in this disclosure was nothing more egregious than what every major presidential candidate for decades has voluntarily disclosed in their tax returns. But instead of being forthcoming with the American people about his finances,
cat
which he
purr,
absolutely
too.
should be, because if you want to hold that level of power, it absolutely must come with a level of sacrifice of your personal privacy. If you want to be a private individual and have no one want to know stuff about your personal finances to understand your potential conflicts of interest, then you should not volunteer to be president of the United States. Instead, he's claiming he was harmed by
All right, just gotta. Wow. Whew. Okay. Recalibrating. This chatter is never coming back. They've died.
this disclosure and was asking for $10 billion in compensation, which would of course be paid for by U.S. taxpayers to the President of the United States. The lawsuit on its own was so blatantly corrupt that even when it was first filed, Trump was like, yeah, this is pretty wild, ain't it? And just to really drive home the point, the IRS is part of the Treasury Department and is ultimately controlled by the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. And Scott Bessent serves at the pleasure and direction of Donald Trump.
Oh,
the
pleasure.
IRS is
Oh.
part of the
Oh.
executive
Oh.
branch. The DOJ is supposed to be independent, but its last AG, Pam Bondi,
well-
said it worked for Donald Trump. Todd Blanche literally worked for Donald Trump as his personal attorney, and the DOJ is technically under the executive branch. Not only that, but Todd Blanche worked as Trump's personal attorney on the Mar-a-Lago documents case that was also part of this settlement agreement that created the slush fund. So it's Trump suing the Trump administration and the Trump
Yeah, not the
administration
kind of pleasure
agreeing
we
to
were
a
talking
settlement
about.
with Trump. Just so we're clear on the level of self-dealing here. So on Monday, Trump and Trump's Trump-controlled IRS together agreed to settle the lawsuit with Trump and the Trump family. Trump agreed to drop his charges, but of course he has to get something in return. So in exchange for Trump dropping his claim against the Trump-controlled IRS related to the leak of his tax documents, as well as his claims against the U.S. related to the investigation into his collusion with Russia during the 2016 election, and the search of his Mar-a-Lago compound for classified documents that he did indeed possess there, in exchange for dropping all of his claims related to all those issues.
Yeah, which he was just like waving around at Mar-a-Lago.
The DOJ will create a $1.8 billion slush fund for him. Well, actually, its total value will be $1.776 billion to be exact. Get it? 17.
It's like stupid on top of corrupt, right? Evil that is so stupid.
76, America. Todd Blanche's memo supporting the creation of this slush fund says that number is based on, quote, the projected valuation of future claimants' claims. Right. It just happens to start with 1776 on our 250th anniversary year that Trump.
Okay, wait. Speaking of Trump, this was fucking sending me today. Sending me.
Your son's wedding this weekend, by the way? Attending your son's wedding this weekend, by the way?
He'd like me to go, but it's going to be just a small little private affair, and I'm going to try and make it. I'm in the midst. I said, this is not good timing for me. I have a thing called Iran and other things.
Okay. He's talking about Donald Trump Jr.'s wedding. No, Eric is married to fucking Laura. Is she the one who has the singing? Has that song about like firefighters or something? No, he's talking about Don Trump Jr., who is getting married to Bettina Anderson, whoever the fuck that is. And the reporters asked him if he's going to be going to his own son's wedding, and he was like, IDK, I got a lot going on.
That's one I can't win on. If I do attend, I get killed. If I don't attend, I get killed. By the fake news, of course, I'm talking about. No, but he's like,
I can't go to my son's wedding because I'll die.
got a very person who I've known for a long time, and hopefully they're going to have a great marriage.
Mr. President, actually to add to this.
That is the best thing that he could come up with to say about his own flesh and blood, his own child. He's a person that I've known for a long time. If it has never been clearer that Donald Trump hates Donald Trump Jr. You know what? I don't even know. I feel like hate is even too strong of an emotion. He doesn't give a fuck. He does not care. That's how he feels about his son. Total indifference. Total indifference is how he feels toward his own son, which is worse because at least hatred is a strong feeling. Hatred is something. He is so apathetic. He's like, yeah, I don't know. That's a person that I've known. Sure, he's getting married. Good luck.
I just actually passed by it. Mr.
Attending your son's wedding this
Like, if Donald Trump Jr. died, he would be like, rest in peace to a person that I knew for a long time, and then he would talk about himself. He would go off on a rant about his enemies. The fake news was talking about me today. Like, he would do that on a post about Donald Trump Jr. dying, being dead.
by the way?
He'd like me to go, but it's going to be just a small little private affair, and I'm going to try and make it.
A small little private affair. A small little private affair, which denotes that it's family, right? Like, it's family and close friends. That is what a small private affair is. And I love him being like, I don't know. I mean, it's a small private affair. I don't know if I would go to that. It's like, because it's family. It's his family who's supposed to be at the small private affair. The attention is not on him, so he doesn't give a shit. He does not care about anyone but himself. He cares more about Zoran Mamdani than he cares about his own flesh and blood.
I'm in the midst.
Which I understand that. Don't get me wrong.
I said, you know, this is not good timing for me. I have a thing called Iran and other things. That's one I can't win on. If I do attend,
I have a thing called
I get
Iran.
killed. If I don't attend, I get
Sorry,
killed.
Donald.
By the fake news, of course, I'm talking about. No.
Sorry, what's your name again? Oh, right, it's Donald Trump Jr. That's right, my name. You don't deserve my name.
But he's got a very person who I've known for a long time, and hopefully they're going to have a great marriage.
Mr. President, actually to add to the art, I just actually passed by it on my
You know that he's golfing. That's what he means by I have a lot of important things I have to deal with. It's golfing. it's doing 9, maybe 18, depending on how he's feeling. Depending on how he is feeling. I cannot get over a person I've known for a long time. That is so brutal.
Attending your son's wedding this weekend, by the way?
That is so brutal. The concept of your son being a person you've known for a long time. Now, if Donald Trump Jr. weren't such a fucking rat, weren't such a rat piece of shit, I might feel bad for him. But it is deeply pathetic. It's sad without me being sad for DJT, because it is just so unbelievably, transparently pathetic. It is sad conceptually. Feels like I've known him his whole life in a way. Yeah, also the concept of his son, who ostensibly is known since he was born, being a person I've known for a long time. I would say that about a friend that I made in college. I'd be like, oh yeah, this is my friend Maggie. I've known her a long time. We go all the way back to college. He said that about his child. Not even I've known him his whole life. We met a long time ago. Like he's just some random acquaintance. I haven't seen that guy in years, but yeah, I think I've known him a long time. It's because Don Jr. got bad. Oh, Don Jr. has the worst vibes. That's why the concept of it is sad, but I don't feel sad. I don't feel bad for him. That whole family can burn in hell. But holy shit, that is funny. It is so funny for Donald Trump to not even hide the fact that he views Donald Trump Jr. as maybe an acquaintance. And not even that, because I think an acquaintance would put him too close to his level, you know? Like he's a person that Donald Trump has known for a long time. Wow. Okay, so apparently this is who DJT is getting married to. And they revealed their engagement at a White House event in December, and they're getting married. They're not getting married at Mar-a-Lago. Where most of the Trumps have gotten married at Mar-a-Lago. I bet you Donald Trump Jr. asked to get married at Mar-a-Lago, and Trump was like, no. He probably... Oh my God. A White House wedding. And he's not getting married at the White House because the ballroom isn't finished. Okay. The concept of Donald Trump Jr. orchestrating the latest fake assassination on his dad so that they could then immediately talk about the need for the ballroom so that Donald Trump Jr. could get married in his father's grand ballroom, which means that his father then would have to go to his wedding. Now, that's a Lifetime plot if I have ever thought of one. That is like some daytime soap shit. Why does her skin look like that? It's called a lot of gamma rays. Bettina Anderson, an American socialite and model who will be marrying a person who Donald Trump has known for a long time. According to the Daily Telegraph, she's a big Republican. Although, did support BLM in 2020 and encouraged her followers to follow measures to mitigate the spread of COVID-19. People are just full of contradictions. She had a sign, "Only you can stop the spread of ignorance." In October 2024, she held a fundraiser for Donald Trump. Nice. Yep. That makes sense. Yeah, remember that Donald Trump Jr. was previously engaged to Kimberly Guilfoyle, Gavin Newsom's ex. So if you're like, wait a sec, who's this one? Where's Kimberly Guilfoyle? What an awesome way to talk about your future daughter-in-law. The president is happy with the way Bettina looks and wants his son to be satisfied in his next mate. Love that so much. Like just imagining Will's parents being asked, "Hey, how do you feel about your son's long-term partner? Like if we were getting married." "Oh, well, we're really happy with the way that she looks." "Oh, that's so sweet." The Trumps were happy with Don Jr.'s first wife, Vanessa, and also with Kim at first, until she became a grandstander and attempted to put too much media and MAGA attention on herself. I'm sorry, pot calling the kettle? Pot calling the kettle. The problem with Kimberly Guilfoyle is that she attempted to put too much media and MAGA attention on herself. I mean, honestly, yeah, that is a problem. That is a problem because you can't forget who the number one is. Yeah, what is she like? Well, she's pretty. Well, we like the way that her face looks. I think they're well suited for each other. I think she's a really great example for him and a great role model. I mean, she fits in perfectly with that whole group. Well, that's true because I can't tell them apart, so does fit in quite perfectly. Bettina grew up in Palm Beach as the daughter of a banker and a model, has never been married, and has no kids. Yeah, they all look the same. What is Kim Guilfoyle doing these days? What is Kimberly Guilfoyle up to? What show? Okay, here we go. Inside Kimberly Guilfoyle's glamorous new life in Greece? Oh, she's the ambassador, the U.S. ambassador to Greece. She got shipped off. They just shipped her off to Greece. Detailing one of the more glamorous events in her life of late, Guilfoyle revealed that she had recently made an appearance at a local nightclub for the 1:30 a.m. performance of pop singer Konstantinos Argyros, whom she counts as a close friend. Wow. "Oh, I wasn't late. It was like before 3, she told the outlet about what time she got back to her Athens mansion. Riveting. She stood by her decision to stay out late at a nightclub with friends despite her prestigious position, noting that her doing so displayed her loyal character. You know how you go to nightclubs and party till 3 a.m. because you're such a loyal patriot, while also insisting that her continued presence at such prominent events helps to bolster America's profile in Greece. That's one of the things the president loves about me, that I'm loyal, I'm smart, that I'm effective. And God damn it, can I take shots of vodka? And I'll do whatever it takes to get the job done. She's someone who doesn't have office hours, said Greece's energy minister, Stavros Papastavro. When she was first named as U.S. ambassador, the people were like, what's that? If she delivers, who cares if she has a see-through dress? Ladies, this is the world. This is the world that you have bought entry into. This is how these men talk about you. Who cares if she has a see-through dress? Do you ever bother to get outside of your political bubble? No, instead, you all, just like fellow lefty Hassan Piker, dehumanize other. You lefties are all out of touch morons. I will have you know that I just went and raved my face off for 4 days. Okay? All right? And as far as dehumanizing others, there is literally nothing I could say that would be the equivalent of Donald Trump talking about his son getting married and saying, that's a person that I've known for a long time. I don't know if I'll go to the wedding. I've got Iran and other things to do. Once again, my favorite thing about chatters who come in here is that no matter what, they bring up Hassan Piker. Nobody's talking about Hassan. We're talking about Kimberly Guilfoyle, who's the ambassador to Greece. So who's the one who's obsessed? Who's the one who's the true orbiter here? Is it the person who's talking about Kim Guilfoyle taking shots of, what would Kimberly Guilfoyle drink? I feel like she'd probably be some Sky vodka. Kimberly Guilfoyle taking shots of Sky vodka at some nightclub in Greece? Or is it the chatter who comes in here and brings up Hassan Piker? I just wish that these people, and I know they won't, but I just wish that they would go, you know what? Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm the one who's obsessed. Maybe I'm the one who has this parasocial obsession that I go into chats and I'm the one who brings up Hassan. Wait, she's defending his ex who apparently... She's defending his ex who apparently... Wait, who? Kim? Kimmy G? That would require a single smidge of self-awareness. Yeah, I know. And that is as impossible to find as a smidgen of love for his own son in Donald Trump's shriveled heart. It's just a shriveled up pile of arteries and veins. That's it. Can you denounce Hassan for saying he's a gamer and never plays games? You know what's funny is, so I don't know if y'all saw this, but Zoran is now on Twitch. Does not have any mods, though. So it was like 8,000 chatters just spamming dicks in the chat. But I bet you Zoran Mamdani, the mayor of New York City, will game on Twitch. Will do more gaming than a certain somebody Here's a clip from the stream.
How do you feel about the Knicks?
I'm feeling incredible about the Knicks. Game 2.
Game 2 is
tonight.
Did you watch Game 1?
I did watch Game 1. I also have to give a shout out to my friend Nikhil Sharma because the only reason I could watch Game 1 was because he had YouTube TV and he gave me his login.
I have someone's YouTube TV too.
Let's go. So that's
But that
a lot of
comeback was
people.
insane,
A lot of people ask,
honestly.
"What's democratic socialism?" Sharing YouTube TV with your boys.
Exactly.
That's also a little bit of example of that.
We're all living the same life.
Come on, just log in. You know, I gotta say, Captain Clutch,
Jalen Brunson.
incredible. But that run was incredible.
Insane. I think there was like 6 minutes left,
Yeah.
and he made a bucket, then another bucket. I'm like, yo, we have a time. We
biggest
have a
comeback
chance.
The fact that I know this because a certain somebody in this household will do a play-by-play of Knicks games for me. I get the full thing without even watching a lick of the
in
game.
Knicks history. right?
Yes, it's insane. I think it was in the playoffs, yeah, for sure. I think they're going to win it all this year. What do you think?
I'm saying, inshallah, come on.
Inshallah.
Come on.
Maybe we'll be at the championship game together.
You know Timmy C is out there saying inshallah, 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 that the Knicks win.
How do you feel about the Knicks?
I'm feeling incredible about the Knicks. Are you winning, son? Are you winning? Yes, they sure are. They sure are. They kept having each other up. Yeah, we saw this yesterday. He's so good. He is so good. He's so good. Zoran is so good. He's going to be a better content creator than I am. He's the fucking mayor. And he's, oh, hi. Are you scared? Are you scared of the clapping for the Knicks? Come here, baby. Come here. You scared? Come on. You know mommy doesn't do any of that. Yeah, you know you're safe here. You know you're safe here. I'll just get occasionally loud when I'm laughing about, I don't know, Donald Trump saying about his son what I would never say about you because you are the light of my life. You are the very essence of my soul. You are everything. Mwah. You are my whole life. My whole life. He's like, oh God, I gotta get out of here already. Farley is a person that I've known. You're a dog that I've known for a long time. No, I gave birth to you, didn't I? Didn't I? I'm the only mommy you ever will remember because you were such a baby when I rehomed you off of Craigslist. Think about where else you could have ended up. You could have been in maybe Mar-a-Lago. You could have. What if you were a MAGA dog? What if you were a MAGA dog? DJ Kento, thank you for the 9 months. Sabby, thank you for the 9 months. Take that back. Well, that hype, that's something that will never happen. Never, because he ended up here. Imagine if you ended up in a household of one of these LA losers who's voting for Spencer Pratt. Oh, also, I have pissed people off. I have some of my mutuals who have seen the shorts that my editor posted about me talking about Spencer Pratt and all the dumbasses in LA who are supporting him. Yep. I like that SNL skit where they invent a way to understand dogs and it turns out their dog is hardcore MAGA. Never. Never, and I'm a baby. No, he's a card-carrying Quanunist. Who are some famous people you've heard? I just went over this the other day. Big Sean. Fucking Big Sean posting on Spencer Pratt's Instagram post. Catherine McPhee and her husband David Foster, though I love Chriselle Strauss, if you know who that is, from Selling Sunset, who called Catherine McPhee out and was like, you're a fucking dumb bitch. I mean, it's a lot of like, it's a lot of celebrities who are in kind of that Spencer Pratt celebrity status. You know, former reality stars, kind of more on the D-list side. People like Taylor Lautner, who's still trying to hold on to his Twilight fame and still ask people Team Jacob or Team Edward. Still out there. Wait, I saw Larry David's wife? Oh, what? What? That's embarrassing. A lot of lower tier celebs are right wing. Yeah. And as I said, once the primary happens, and then there's the stretch between the primary and the general, a lot more people are going to get involved, but also will be getting involved to support Karen Bass. She's married to, no. You're talking about Cheryl Hines. Cheryl Hines is married to RFK Jr. Is that who you're, wait, chatter. Is that who you're thinking of? Cheryl Hines is not married to Larry David. Cheryl Hines is married to RFK Jr. Larry David's wife hosted a fundraiser. Shut the fuck up. What? Why? Larry David's wife and Sophia Richie's husband's dad among the list of, okay, first of all, Sophia Richie's husband's dad. Yeah, that's not surprising to me. Among the list of wealthy Pratt supporters. Why? I'm so confused. Pratt can count on Solution Grange, CEO of Universal Music Group, and his son Elliot, CEO of Atlantic Records, who each chipped in the max amount. Producer Brian Grazer and actress Justine Bateman. Ugh, God, Justine Bateman fucking sucks. She sucks. She was cool for like 1 second when she was one of the early opponents to the AI craze in Hollywood. Justine Bateman, who is the sister of Farley. Oh my God. Almost brought down my whole ass light. Justine Bateman is the sister of Jason Bateman. Yes. Jason Bateman, Justine Bateman, siblings. Justine Bateman was one of the first people in Hollywood to be very anti-AI in the film industry. But then she also, I don't know if she always was or just became MAGA, but then she started being super MAGA and supported Trump in 2024. And I guess she's now supporting Spencer Pratt as well. She fucking sucks. In April, Ashley Underwood, who's married to Larry David, hosted a Pratt fundraiser. Ashley Underwood. This is not his first wife. Right? No, wait, hold on a second. Okay, this makes more sense. Ashley Underwood and Larry David got married in 2020. She is like 30 years his junior. And his first wife was Lori David. That's who he has his children with. So this is his second wife. Very much so like my second wife, who's 30 years younger than me and is much more right wing. God, it's so classic. It's so classic. It really is so goddamn classic. I can't with how classic it is. So that is who hosted the Pratt fundraiser this past Monday. David Foster and Catherine McPhee hosted a fundraiser at their Brentwood home. Yikes. Honestly, all these people fucking suck. All these semi-famous people probably think they can get something out of supporting him like people did with Trump. Yeah, and speaking of Trump just endorsed Spencer Pratt. It was like, I heard he's a big MAGA guy. Spencer Pratt, big MAGA guy. Larry David introduced Cheryl Hines and RFK Jr. That is correct. Let me pull up Chrishell. Catherine McPhee. Another, yeah, okay. Catherine McPhee responds to Chrishell Stouse's scathing diss about supporting problematic men. Last week, the Selling Sunset alum commented on influencer Jordy Cray's TikTok video about McPhee's romantic history. Cray detailed scandals that the artist has been entangled in, including marrying David Foster, who's 35 years her senior. McPhee is the fifth wife of the record producer. Back in 2013, the actress was caught kissing her Smash director, Michael Morris, despite being married to her now husband, Nick Kokas, at the time, whatever. Morris is, okay, so here's Chrishell. One day she will find her real inner confidence, but it won't come until after she's disregarded enough times by the problematic men that she backs. An insecure woman will steal your man and give the worst advice. Ooh! And then Catherine McPhee said in response, honestly, I have no idea. I'm just as confused about this controversy as you, Lamau Hart. No, there's no controversy. It's that you fucking suck. And your husband is a piece of shit, MAGA Zionist billionaire, David Foster, who called you fat. literally said that you were fat when he was watching videos of you on American Idol. That's who you married. A man whose daughters you are younger than. Regardless of his conservative wife and classic white male tendencies, is Larry David. Oh, I mean, this is classic.
We had Barry Weiss last Friday night. She's fantastic. Hey, Larry, come for...
Yeah, I mean, if I were to clock it, I would say Larry David wanted a second act, like many men, especially in the industry, do. So he married someone who's 3 decades younger than him, and someone who's like a part of this Hollywood world that is a lot more right-wing than people think it is. Hollywood is so much more conservative than people think. Not surprised celebs voting for Pratt. I mean, look, Karen Bass sucks. That is true. Karen Bass is terrible. But Spencer Pratt is a joke. Spencer Pratt is wannabe Donald Trump. So all these celebrities are also outing the fact that they support Donald Trump. If you're supporting Timu Trump, if you're supporting Alibaba Trump, like, you are outing the fact that you are a Trump supporter. It's a bunch of people with a lot of money, so they're a totally different class. Yes. And I've tried to explain this a lot too. There's a certain type of fried brain that people in Los Angeles have. There's something about this city, something about the proximity to, like, to influence and wealth and money. And there's a specific type of asshole that resides in Los Angeles. There's a ton of little Trumps and musts around us, but they're broke and powerless. Someone like Pratt getting power is dangerous. He's already talking about fascist policies. Yeah, he's talking about fascist policies and also his reality show. Deep fried. Like, I've met dumbasses throughout the country, okay? There's a specific kind of deep fried dumb fuck in LA. The type of people, too, who are, like, you talk to at a party and they're constantly looking over your shoulder to see who else around you is better. Like, who's walking in, who they see, who has more clout, who's just more worthy to fake talk to. There's no business like show business. Because remember, this is an industry where people do anything. They will do anything to be famous. And fame is fleeting. For most people, fame it's like that. And so when they have it, they then want more of it. It's like Molly. It's like doing drugs where you do it and you're like, oh, this is awesome. And then you just want more of it. And you want to always have it. And then you don't have it anymore. And so then it becomes more desperate. You become more desperate and more pathetic in the pursuit of reclaiming fame. I hate that that's what sometimes defines LA. It's so much more than that. Look, there are a lot of incredible people in Los Angeles. Some of the best people that I have met, that I have formed friendships with, lifelong friendships, who live in LA. But there is also the kind of stereotypical LA crowd. And it's most people who are not actually born and raised. They're not Marshy Poos, born and raised Angelinos. They come from all over the place in the pursuit of fame and clout and influence and money and all those things. What are your thoughts on NYC versus LA socially? I mean, NYC just has a more robust life to it because it's New York City, you know? City that never sleeps. It's the Big Apple. There's just so much more that you feel like even just walking around in the streets of New York that you're a part of it. Whereas LA, you know, and obviously there's a ton of old money in New York, tons and tons of old money. And there's a very elite, high-class society in New York. But there is just this feeling of, there's just this feeling of like being a person who lives and belongs in the city, no matter what your, no matter what your class status is. Whereas LA loves to be very closed off. Everyone's on top of each other at NYC. There's more cross-class interaction by design. Absolutely. It's just, they're totally different cities. Okay, anyway, sorry, I was in the middle of watching this.
Trump is maniacally obsessed with, right? Like, I'm sorry, but that's right there. That's just the Attorney General of the United States lying to us.
Where am I from? I am from the Midwest. So I grew up mostly right outside Chicago in the suburbs. Then went to high school in Iowa, went to college in St. Louis, came back to Chicago, worked in politics, moved to Los Angeles in 2016, and have been here for a decade.
In writing. They picked 1776 for symbolic reasons, not based on the projected valuation of future claimants' claims. And I'm sure the men who wrote and signed the Declaration of Independence in 1776 would absolutely be on board with whatever the fuck is happening in America today. A president stealing almost $2 billion of taxpayer money to pay a group of people who attempted to storm the Capitol and subvert the will of Congress and also murder sitting legislators. Yeah, that sounds right. The funds would come from the Judgment Fund, which is a permanent appropriation that the federal government uses to pay out court judgments and settlements against the U.S. So you sue the U.S., you win monetary damages, you get paid out of that fund. Conveniently, the special anti-weaponization fund will only exist during this Trump term and will get dissolved on December 15th, 2028. And again, just to drive home the point of how blatant this self-dealing is, the judge on the Trump v. IRS lawsuit wasn't even sure she could hear the case. The parties in a lawsuit have to be what's called sufficiently diverse, meaning you can't sue yourself. Now, I can't remember off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure that's some day one law school stuff. You can't sue yourself and then settle your lawsuit with yourself. And you certainly can't then make someone else pay for the settlement you made with yourself, unless apparently you're the president of the United States. And so the judge is like, I'm not sure.
Both Donald Trump and Ethan Klein being like, oh yeah, watch me.
This isn't just you suing yourself here. She didn't rule either way. She just said there's a question of law there and asked the parties to brief her on the issue. The hearing to try to answer that question was scheduled for next week. And what do you know? They announced this settlement just in time. So instead of engaging with the legal process at all, the parties agreed to settle, which is such a perverse use of the legal system. Self-dealing by bringing a lawsuit so you can settle said lawsuit without actually engaging in.
Have you spent some time in both? What LA has that NYC doesn't have is the ability to breathe. In New York, it's all about how you're going to make it. New York definitely has a pace that is nonstop. And I do appreciate, which is why I haven't left LA, why ended up picking LA over New York. I appreciate what you said, like the ability to breathe. There is a lot of great culture here, but there's absolutely the sadistic elements of culture in Los Angeles, which is all it's all commodified. I mean, it's just fucking capitalism, but there are definitely people who perpetrate these attitudes of everything is an opportunity for clout and to like graduate into this specific class of cool people. So I love Los Angeles, and I will always defend the city and a lot of the people who live here. But there's definitely a lot of terrible fuckos who really have bought into the idea that fame is the most important thing, and however you achieve that fame, it doesn't matter, right? Like the ends justify the means.
The legal process at all. It's just a pretense for a settlement and an exchange of money, period. And Blanche is claiming that there's no reason that the judge should need to approve this settlement, that there should be no judicial oversight at all. Per the terms of the agreement, Blanche, as the sitting attorney general, picks 5 people to be on the commission overseeing the slush fund. So you know that means Trump is actually the one doing the choosing. And then, per the terms of the agreement, Trump can fire any of them whenever he wants. So it's a nearly $2 billion.
LA is so great, y'all. We love LA or New York. Don't come to Chicago. Lots of crime. Very danger, Will Robinson. Definitely don't go to Chicago. I heard it really sucks. I heard Chicago is honestly not that great, so people should not go.
$1 slush fund of our taxpayer money, and Trump has ultimate control over who gets that money. There is zero assurance of transparency into how the commission deliberates, how they award monetary damages, how they choose who to award money to. It's just unfettered access to almost $2 billion of our taxpayer dollars to pay out likely to the people who attempted to overthrow our government.
Oh, you mean white supremacists and Proud Boys and people who still believe that the election was stolen?
January 6th, 2021. And just as one small example of the absolute fucking mockery that Todd Blanche is making of the federal judicial system, in the memo attempting to back up this whole slush fund with bogus legal arguments, Blanche points to precedent from the Obama era in which the judgment fund was tapped to pay out settlements to Native American farmers who had been denied access to federal loans. However, that case, Keep Siegel versus Vilsack, was related to Native American farmers unaffiliated with the Obama administration seeking redress for improper behavior by the Department of Agriculture. It wasn't Obama suing the Department of Agriculture and then making a slush fund available to his allies. The case at issue is literally called Trump versus the IRS. But this is a pattern we see over and over again in this administration, which is the use of just enough legalese that anyone who's interested in just looking the other way and taking these people at their word might have just enough plausible deniability to say, well, look, their own memo says there's precedent here. But if you dig even one layer below the surface, you do not need a law degree to understand that the case he's pointing to justify this slush fund is not on point. It's not even in the same realm of the point. It has, in fact, nothing to do with the point. It does not support Blanche's argument in any way, shape, or form, because this Obama-era case is so unrelated to Trump versus the IRS that this legal argument wouldn't pass muster in a first semester law class. It is willfully disregarding the law and facts, and it's not because Todd Blanche is an idiot. He's practiced law for a while. He allegedly passed his bar exam. He knows this case doesn't support his argument. He just doesn't care. He doesn't.
Yeah. Also, a former clerk to Justice Clarence Thomas, who is, Supreme Court corruption over here, justice of corruption. A former clerk quit because of how blatantly corrupt this is. And it being the most corrupt action in American history, where Donald Trump in his second term has devoted so much time to brazenly enriching himself and his allies. Whether it's the fucking crypto, the crypto deals, the crypto coins, the stock trades, the Boeing 747 that he was gifted from his great friends in Qatar, to now him and his family suing the federal government and being like, yeah, there's nothing that you can do to prosecute either past illegal activities or future. Sorry. I know Trump does a lot of corrupt shit, but we should never become desensitized to it. We should never be like, well, just another Wednesday. Well, just another thing Trump is doing, because it is so bad. It is openly monetizing his presidential position. Like the power that he and his family seek, which we've always known was in order to personally enrich themselves. But it's so blatant. Like it's so brazen.
Care. And these are the types of people who are running our government right now. And I know we know that. And I know these people have so normalized doing things that are beyond the pale that it feels like overkill to be up in arms every time they lie or engage in willfully negligent legal practices. But I do think it matters. And I do think it's important to be incensed every time it happens and to call it out for what it is.
And I get it. I get it. It is so easy to become numb. It is so easy to be like, what the fuck what are we supposed to do? But that just hands it to them, that just makes it so that they can get away with it. And at the very least, this is why I always talk about reserving our anger, right? We can't just get mad at every little interaction that we have, especially when it's with people who are not our enemy, right? People who are not our enemy, who we waste so much time fighting with and using up our reserves of anger. But this is the type of thing that deserves our anger. This is the type of thing that we should feel motivated in that anger to call out this corruption and say, fuck no, absolutely fucking not. It's all corrupt, girl. It is. But that doesn't mean that we don't keep identifying and saying, fuck no, no.
Is only in this acceptance by normalization that these things become common practice, and we lose all sense of how a country should be run. We lose the ability to hold our elected officials and their lackeys accountable.
Fascism and extreme corruption it hollows everything from the inside out. It wants you to become numb. And the Trump strategy has always been to flood the zone with shit, to do so many bad, terrible, corrupt actions that it overwhelms people, that they simply cannot keep up. And it takes up so much of everything that people can barely hang on. But we gotta hang on. we can't let these fuckers keep doing this. We can't let them keep winning. And we certainly can't send the message that we're so overwhelmed and we're like, okay, just, rob us blind. Do continue to do what you're doing because we're so exhausted by it.
Accountable if we're willing to look the other.
And that's why we're doing an insurrection. That's why we're doing a January 6th. We're doing a leftist January 6th. I don't give a fuck anymore.
Their way, because they do this so often, it's just easier to overlook all of it. So no, I will not be overlooking details like Todd Blanche citing to a completely irrelevant case in a memo backing up his overtly corrupt self-dealing on behalf of the president. Another important part of the May 18th memo Todd Blanche wrote in support of this
fascism is like a cavity less you brush, the worse it gets, which makes it more painful to
in
brush.
Paragraphs D and E. Paragraph
we're
D
gonna hit
provides
with
that
an
once
Uno
the funds have been
reverse.
transferred into the hands of this so-called anti-weaponization fund, the fund fund that will be solely and secretly controlled by 5 people handpicked by the president, then, quote, the United States has no liability whatsoever for the protection or safeguarding of those funds, regardless of bank failure, fraudulent transfers, or any other fraud or misuse of the funds. Okay, so if these 5 people make off with the funds and use them for fraudulent means, then we the people have zero recourse for the misuse of our tax dollars. Cool. But wait, it gets better. Paragraph E provides that the funds in the slush account aren't just to be used to pay off the people claiming to have been wronged by the weaponized DOJ. No, they can also be used to pay for, quote, per diems, administrative services, funds, facilities, staff, travel, and other support services as may be necessary to carry out the mission of the Anti-Weaponization Fund. Okay, so even though the 5 members of this board will be voluntary, they still get per diems and travel expenses covered. So we're paying for more private jet rides and lobster dinners for these 5 goons who will have full control over $2 billion of our dollars. Like, do you see how absolutely fucking corrupt this entire setup is? To say this is unprecedented would be an understatement. That's why Blanche had to point to some random Obama-era case that had nothing to do with this one, because there is no precedent for this, because it is blatantly fucking illegal. It is the president of the United States using his role as the president to award his allies and his lackeys willing to commit crimes for him with taxpayer money without our consent. Period, full stop. This is corruption at the highest level. Like, I cannot overstate how out of fucking bounds this is. And this slush fund is part of a larger pattern with Trump related especially to January 6ers. And of course, we don't fully know what's going on in Trump's head, but he's really obsessed with the people who stormed the Capitol on January 6th and then were held accountable for their illegal actions.
Yeah, it's like when the Proud Boys sued the federal government last year for, what was it, $100 million? These people love to sue the government, love to complain about the government doing handouts, and then try and get $100 million in a handout from the government after they were convicted for January 6th. And remember, too, it's like there were over 100 law enforcement officers who were injured. The same crowd that's all about Blue Lives Matter, you know, respect the police. We love the police. Over 100 police officers were injured from the January 6th crowd. And that, of course, played a role in a lot of the convictions that were handed out that were then overturned, that were pardoned. Now these people who have sued the government in the exact same way that their beloved leader Donald Trump does.
I think it's because he sees them as an extension of himself.
Yeah. Right. Talk about a press group's playing the victim, then immediately hamming up when they get rightfully arrested. Yeah. Oh, this guy, Andrew Paul Johnson. Andrew Paul Johnson, who has described himself as an American terrorist, was convicted of his role in the Capitol riots, was pardoned by Trump, and then was recently found guilty of molesting 2 kids. Another pedophile, pardoned by Donald Trump. To silence his victims, he is said to have promised them a share of the millions that he said he was going to get from the federal government for being a Jan 6er. God, is it just a tale as old as time? So fucking classic. Fork found in kitchen. These pedophile, white supremacists, Trump-loving freaks. Classic pedos pardoning pedos. Yep.
Not that he identifies with them, ew, no, they're poor, but that their prosecution and indeed persecution was the DOJ attempting to get at him through them. They're all victims here. Victims who are experiencing consequences for their actions, and they really don't like it because it's not fair to be held accountable. And luckily for the January 6ers, Trump identifies so strongly with them that they don't have to be held accountable at all. And Trump pardoned them all at the beginning of his term last year, if you'll recall. And boy, some of those former defendants sure have been busy over the the last years since January 6th. According to a report from Citizens for Responsibility,
The pedophile class has solidarity with other pedophiles.
and Ethics in Washington, or CREW, which was released back in December, so probably doesn't even cover everything, quote, at least 33 January 6th insurrectionists pardoned by President Trump have been rearrested, charged, or sentenced for other crimes since January 6, 2021. According to CREW, quote, 6 of the pardoned January 6th insurrectionists are charged with committing child sex crimes, ranging from sexual assault to possession of child pornography. At least 5 were charged with illegal possession of weapons, including at least 2 who had a previous domestic violence conviction. 5 were arrested or charged with driving while impaired or under the influence.
Real
In 2
patriots.
of these cases, the defendant's reckless driving resulted in a fatality. 2 were charged with rape. In 4 cases, the insurrectionists allegedly reoffended after receiving their pardons from Trump. Most recently, Christopher Moynihan was charged with a felony for threatening to murder House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries in October. John Andrews was convicted in June for violating a peace order by following the mother of his child in violation of a court order. Brent Holdridge and Zachary Alam were charged in May with burglary and breaking and entering, respectively. Other insurrectionists had
You're telling me that the people who did treason and illegally broke into the Capitol with many who had very clear violent intent are violent criminals, are people who commit acts of sexual assault, abuse of children, abuse of women. I can't believe it.
Law enforcement that highlight the dangers posed by Trump's decision to grant them clemency. Matthew Huddle was killed during a traffic
I heard
stop
the violent
when he
rhetoric comes
reportedly
from the
resisted
left.
arrest and was armed. Nathan
Well, hold on
Pelham
a
fired
second.
on police when they arrested him. But these guys are patriots. They're the victims, okay? They deserve our taxpayer money. So the pattern is he talks about January 6th all the time. He pardons the people involved in the incident and calls them patriots. He purges all of the FBI agents and DOJ attorneys who worked on the investigations into the January 6th insurrectionists. Then last year, he created a weaponization working group, a government body within the Department of Justice meant to investigate so-called abuses of power by the Biden administration. This is a further attempt to legitimize his claims that Biden used the Justice Department to go after him and his allies.
Wait, I thought that they were Antifa. They're only Antifa when they aren't being pardoned.
To further paint his allies as victims, claiming the Biden DOJ showed anti-conservative and anti-Christian bias, which former officials dispute and which is, of course, based on no evidence, no laws, no facts, just vibes. But by creating an official working group, by sending the DOJ on a wild goose chase to investigate this so-called weaponization of the Justice Department, Trump can then point to that and say, look, it's real. They're investigating it and everything. It's all one big dog and pony show meant to convince the American people that what he's been saying all along is true, that 2020 was stolen, that the Russia investigation was a hoax, that January 6th was just a peaceful demonstration by patriots, that Trump is the victim in all of this, that he is being targeted at every turn.
He is the victim because he's the only president to have been impeached twice. That's why he's a victim here.
By evil, communist, terrorist, leftists, and Democrats, and Antifa, and immigrants, and that he, and by extension all of his supporters, is an innocent victim in this, who is righteously fighting back using any means necessary. And those means are all justified because look how unfairly he's been persecuted. And it's all smoke and mirrors. And none of it is backed up by facts or laws or anything. And that doesn't matter because he's made sure he has cult-like control over a base of people who are willing to follow him no matter what he does. He could shoot someone in broad daylight on Fifth Avenue and still have the support of his base. He was correct when he said that. He absolutely could. There are a million think pieces dropped every other day about quote-unquote MAGA infighting, the MAGA civil war, the fracture in the MAGA base, over Epstein, over Iran, over the AI picture of Trump as Jesus. And yet there are still people out there, millions of them, as evidenced by the likes of Megyn Kelly, who say he could nuke an entire country and I would still vote for him. We are a country that has lost the fucking plot, filled with millions of people who are so terrified that they've completely lost their humanity and they are willing to continue to follow this person who is walking them off the edge of a fucking cliff. Okay, but then of course it gets worse. The original memo about the slush fund was released on May 18th. The next day, yesterday, Todd Blanche issued an addendum.
Reminds me of a certain nation
after
smaller
his
than New
testimony
Jersey.
before the Senate Appropriations Committee on Tuesday, so Congress wasn't able to question him on this. Paragraph C of the addendum says, quote, the United States releases, waives, acquits, and forever discharges each of the plaintiffs.
Yeah, that's kind of the overall here is the way that this victim mentality, this we have been unfairly maligned. We have been the true targets here. That is what's so seductive to people, whether they are MAGA, whether they are Zionists, whether they're MAGA Zionists, people who feel that it's simply not fair. And that's why you see these bozos in Los Angeles who feel like they have been unfairly persecuted, and wokeism has come for them in a way that treats them as if they're the problem. It's so narcissistic. It's so fucking narcissistic. And that's why they support people like Spencer Pratt. Spencer Pratt's whose whole thing is, I'm the victim. Karen Bass burned my house down. Literally, Karen Bass lit the match that burned my house down. And so you have people, people who follow in the footsteps of Trump, who have seized this opportunity to paint themselves as victims, to list their, grievances as legitimate and ones that are worthy of being listened to and worthy of then giving them power to fix these grievances. But it's only for a specific group of people. Farley.
Meaning Trump from, and is hereby forever barred and precluded from prosecuting any and all claims, whether presently known or unknown, that could have been asserted by defendants, that is the IRS, against any of the plaintiffs or related affiliated individuals, including without limitation, family or others filing jointly.
And you know what? Sometimes I see this trickle down into leftists online. This victim mentality. And that's what then has leftists fighting with other leftists and expending all their energy that way. And it's like, well, this, and I'm like, hey, don't you recognize what this is? Don't you recognize what you are emulating here? What are you doing? What are we doing? Get the fuck together. Be better than this. We must be better than this. What are we doing? What are these personal grievances? What's going on? What's going on? Come on. Get it together.
Or parties, including trusts, parent, sister, or related companies, affiliates, and subsidiaries, which arise out of lawfare and or weaponization, or any matters that could be pending, including tax returns, before defendants or other agencies. Or
seriously, that's what we always need to be reminded of. Lock in. Hey, lock in. Come on.
Departments. Okay, that's fucking legalese soup, but it effectively bars the IRS from ever auditing or suing Trump or his businesses or any of his family members for anything related to anything they've ever done. Basically, this wipes his slate clean. All his tax evasion, all his shady dealings, all his children's and businesses' shady dealings for the last multiple decades, they are all off the table for any future prosecutions or investigations. According to the New York Times, this will likely result in a $100 million windfall for Trump personally, who has been under a years-long audit of his allegedly mishandled taxes related to a fraudulently claimed $72.9 million.
Like, before I went live, I saw another leftist account that I follow. The guy who has the ASAP Rocky pick. Is his name Hassan too? I'm sorry, can't remember. Who was attacking Hassan Piker again and being like, he's just a glorified lib. And that's the kind of thing where I'm like, what are we doing, man? I'm not saying that we all have to or should agree on every single point. We definitely have disagreements, but lock the fuck in. Why? Why are you doing this? Why is this where I see you frequently and consistently directing your energy? This is the problem that I'm talking about. What are we doing? What are we doing? Come on. So much of the left is openly supporting far. Yeah, and I want to be specific about it. There's a specific type of online leftist, okay? Specific type of online leftist. And they just are chirping all day, all night. And it's so unproductive. And it's the exact thing that I'm talking about here, where it's like, do you see what we're fucking up against, man? Come on. This is such a waste of time, such a waste of energy. And there's a way to have disagreements with your fellow leftists here on the internet that's not that. It's, you know what, counterproductive. Counterproductive. If Hassan's a lib, he's a lib, move on with your life. Yeah. But it's like they have this one goal, which is to expose Hassan Piker as a liberal, like it's some CIA operation here, where it's like, oh, they just need to get him to admit that he's a liberal. He's a party liberal. And then what? They can move on to more productive things? God damn. Come on.
$1 tax refund that Trump claimed and received back in 2010. So like, you know, when you file your taxes and sometimes you get a little refund after you file? Yeah, Trump got that, but it was $72.9 million and apparently, allegedly, completely fraudulently obtained. But with this one paragraph addendum on this random settlement agreement that he made with himself, that audit, that fraud, that theft of taxpayer money just goes away, coupled with the additional $2 billion of stolen taxpayer money.
The other thing, I'm sorry, I'm just going to add this. The other thing is I saw that Hassan person be like, say something that only a terminally online person would get. It was like Hassan Piker who said something about, oh, you know, well, what are you doing about it? What are you doing? Posting. And then other Hassan made some reference to some like tweet that I looked at it and I went, this is the most terminally online shit. Do you understand that this is not normal? Okay, it's not normal to be like, gotcha, because what you're referencing here is actually a liberal tweet, like a tweet of a tweet of a tweet, a tweet of a tweet of a tweet. I'm like, what are we doing? Yes. Hassan referencing Lockheed liberal tweets. What are we doing? To justify supporting genocidal Democrats, this man is a glorified liberal at this point. This was the tweet, which pales in comparison to your methods, also posting. He responded to someone, Hassan referencing Lockheed liberal tweets. You know what? I'm going to walk into an Arby's. I'm going to walk into an Arby's and be like, Hey, did you guys see Hassan referencing Lockheed liberal tweets? People are like, what the get this woman in an institution. Lockheed liberal tweets? Like, that's the type of thing where I'm like, what's going on? What's going on? This is unserious. You know I love Arby's fries. You know I fuck with Arby's fries.
To pay off his friends, along with untold amounts of other tax fraud that Trump and his family has probably committed over the last few decades that all just get swept under the rug. Again, the brazenness of this is fucking breathtaking.
Look, I don't agree with Hassan and everything, okay? And sometimes I think, look, I know he gets a lot of shit. Sometimes I'm like, hey, big dog. Sometimes you don't got to respond, all right? And I know. You get a lot of shit online, but I have the same, I tell him the same things that I also say here, where it's like, sometimes you just whoop, shoop. And I know he does let some things go and other times he doesn't. And my policy as somebody who admittedly does not have to deal with as much because I'm not as prominent, but I still have a let's just, keep it moving. And yeah, I think he does need to remove Twitter from his phone again. Yeah. And sometimes he yells at people who shouldn't be yelled at. Sometimes he yells at people. Sometimes the wrong person gets pulled into the public square and his frustration that comes from a valid place gets taken out on the wrong people, and it can derail him. You know? So I acknowledge all that while also being like, hey, y'all, hey, to other people, to other leftists online, I do wish in general we all posted less, because I think that increases the likelihood that we are posting things that are not actually productive, and posting things that are taking up space and energy in a way that is very unnecessary. So I know maybe I'm getting annoying by saying this over and over and over again, but I really do believe that a lot of times, if you just put your phone down, and walk away from it, take a breath, you know, go drink a glass of cold water, whatever, kind of just refresh yourself, then you won't be posting so much and posting in a way that is not always great. That's me. That's how I generally feel about things. Nah, not annoying. I've been on the left since 2016, and it's even more annoying now than it was back then. Right. It's like, I responded. Now, I know she's not a leftist, obviously, but I responded to Shannon Watt saying, I would be a leftist if it wasn't for the leftists, which is just so stupid. Like, I'm so stupid. I said I would ideologically oppose the systems of power that disenfranchise and oppress the poor and working class masses if it were not for annoying individuals I personally dislike. Yeah, it's the internet, okay? There's annoying, mean people all over the place. All right, you just go in any direction and there is someone there to be annoying. We all have been annoying, and we've all dealt with annoying people. It's not special and unique. That's how it goes. So I say this as someone who once was a Democratic Party card-carrying liberal who thought leftists were annoying online, and I was like, these Bernie bros, blah, 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 which was preventing me from actually broadening my understanding of politics, of ideas, of theory, of all the things that then I really started to consume myself with. I read more, I grew up, and now here I am as a leftist who, yes, I still get annoyed, and I'm sure I've been annoying to people, but sometimes you just let it the fuck go. Sometimes you just go, okay, I'm not going to deal with this. Or I'm going to go a little offline for a second. It's like, come on. I am a leftist online who also deals with aggravating people. Okay, like somebody who is yelling at me saying I support genocidal monsters, saying that like I am pro-genocide. That person I'm not going to fight with, because there's no point to it. I'm not going to like get into the comments with on Twitter and waste an hour of my precious time. I just blocked them. Just blocked them, and that's it. Everyone is annoying. You can't let that stop you from doing the right thing. Yes, and you have to recognize too when people are annoying, but they mean well. And the internet can bring out the most annoying in people. Okay, it can bring out the most embarrassing. Like kind of just posting on social media as much as a lot of us do is embarrassing behavior, which is why sometimes people don't have the best days. Okay, because in our real lives, we don't always have the best days. And now imagine you take a not so great day, but you are publicly posting things for thousands and thousands of strangers to see and interact with. Yeah, it's going to be a mess. Posting 20 times should put you in a facility. I became a lot more introspective once I stopped tweeting. And I still use the internet. I still tweet. I still engage, but I just try and have a healthier relationship with it. And I am not perfect by any means, but I do feel like I have taken steps and I actively work towards having a healthier relationship with being online and with the many, 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 many other people who share the same internet as me. There's so many people yelling into the void. Don't need to acknowledge them. Yeah. And I just feel like, again, there's a way to have disagreements with people, but a lot of people have become less and less capable of having reasonable disagreements. Everything is so fucking heated. Everything is an opportunity to win. A lot of people have this mentality of winning as a poster, winning as a person who's posting online. And I'm sorry, that's loser behavior. That is loser behavior. If that is how you view things, what are you doing? Also, what happened to taking things to the DMs? What happened to private messaging people? Everything now is put in the public square because it's all about winning. It's all about, well, if I have X amount of likes or if I have X amount of people backing me up, then I fucking owned you, bro. Come on. All these people trying to be the loudest voice and not focusing on the ideology. And it's made people snarkier. It's made people meaner. It's made people snarkier. It's made people nastier. It's made us kind of assume this attitude that everything has to be that everything and everyone is antagonistic, so I need to be that way as well. And you know, we complain all the time too. We complain about how nasty the internet is. We complain about how antagonistic the vibes are. Well, how do we think we got here? Do you think that we didn't play a part in this as well? We're all users of the internet. We're all online, except for those of you who aren't. But that, like, we all participate in this. The mentality of being ratioed. Yes, that even becoming a verb. Ratioed you, bro. You know? Social media is monetized and negative. Yes, and it's incentivized. Don't get me wrong. These algorithms and these billionaires who own these platforms, who manufacture these algorithms, they've incentivized this behavior. Absolutely. Of course. Of course. So explain that to a bus driver what ratio is. I mean, that's why I kind of always jokingly will be like, go walk into an Applebee's. Go to an Arby's, right? And talk about these things, use these terms. People are going to look up from their meat mountain and be like, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And look, again, I will sometimes respond. I will sometimes I will sometimes do these things that I'm talking about here, and I try to do less of it. And I also try and sort out. I try and differentiate between people online, despite the fact that most are strangers that I don't know. You know, these are people I don't know, but I don't treat everybody in the same way, right? Like, I'm not going to interact with a prominent Zionist propagandist in the same way I would some rando who's being a little too much, but that I know at the end of the day, and especially if we were to have a conversation in real life, we're on the same side. Are meat mountains a real thing? Yes. All right, let me finish this video.
And once again, the Trump regime attempted to normalize this through
Owl
the
Service,
thin
thank you
veneer
for
of
the
the
4
legal
months.
system. A spokesperson for the Justice Department told the
HMG,
Washington
thank you for
Post
32
that this addendum
months.
is just a customary part of the legal settlement process that releases
Raph,
both
thank you
parties
for the
from claims
19
against each
months.
other. Yeah, except it's not.
Amateur, thank
Settlement
you for 21.
agreements typically bar future claims between the parties related to the specific issue at hand in the lawsuit. So you can't sue each other again over the same exact issue. That is not what this did. This says the IRS is barred from suing Trump and also his entire family and all their businesses over anything they've ever done. That's fucking insane. That is beyond the pale. Again, we cannot normalize this. We cannot buy the regime's propaganda that this is just business as usual. They are trying to capitalize on the fact that most people don't know how this process works and can't decipher legalese. So let me do it for you. This is not normal. And what is Congress going to do about it? Yep, you guessed it, probably fucking nothing. Democrats are, of course, pouncing on this to point out that it's incredibly, unbelievably fucking illegal. But as the minority party, there's not a ton they can do in terms of oversight. They questioned Todd Blanche about it during his testimony on Tuesday. All that really does is provide a few sound bites for lawmakers to put on their social media feeds. The House Democrats...
Also, there are a lot of people who treat random internet users in the way that they should be treating politicians. Okay? All right.
Litigation Task Force filed an amicus brief with the court urging the judge to dismiss the case with prejudice and find that because the suit shouldn't have been brought to begin with, then the settlement agreement is void as well. Amicus briefs are just suggestions, and the court doesn't have to do anything with that. And Republicans are, per usual, going to completely abdicate their duty to the American people to do their fucking jobs, completely hand their power over to the president on this one, and just roll over. The New York Times was entirely too generous to the couple Republicans who questioned the slush fund, saying that blowback appeared to be mounting, including from Republicans like John Thune, the Senate Majority Leader, who said he was not a huge...
These liberal media institutions are so desperate to give credit to Republicans. Blowback appeared to be mounting, and it's a Republican who's like, well, I don't really know about this. On leftist infighting, Mal writes, within the ranks of the people, the contradictions among the working people are non-antagonistic, while those between the exploited and the exploiting classes have a non-antagonistic aspect in addition to an antagonistic aspect. Fuck the DMs, take it to the streets.
Huge fan.
Yeah, take it to the streets and meet each other at a protest. Meet each other at a meeting. All right? Why don't you take it to the streets? That way.
The fund and said he didn't see a purpose to it. Oh yeah, real blowback. You really told him, John. So Congress probably isn't going to do anything, but there likely will be lawsuits
why don't you meet at Arby's, get some fries,
to try to invalidate it. And there's still the possibility that the judge herself will say that they had no authority to settle the case to begin with. We'll see. Again, this is unprecedented and follows the trend of the Trump regime just doing shit in court that makes no legal sense and has no legal precedent and seeing what the courts do about it, if anything. My only hope is that once the dust settles on the Trump regime, Todd Blanche will be held accountable for his fraudulent abuse of his power in the name of the president. Only time will tell. If you watch all these videos and somehow aren't subscribed yet, please consider doing so. It's a great free way to help support this channel. To support my work further, consider joining on YouTube, Substack, or Patreon to get all these episodes completely ad-free as well. Also, if you like my Reagan Ruined Everything sweatshirt, you can get one for yourself at LeighJohnMillerMerch.com. Thank you to my multi-platinum patrons, Christopher Cohen, Evan Friedley, Mark, Sarah Shelby, Den.
All right. Show dog. I wish. Dog is somewhere. Dog does not want to appear. I tried. I tried to get him. All right. So the next thing we were going to talk about is Kars4Kids. What's up? What's going on? What is happening with Kars4Kids? Why has California banned Kars4Kids from being broadcast? What does Kars4Kids have to do with Israel? Oh, this is a story that's got it all. Indeed.
You've probably heard it, maybe many times over the almost 3 decades.
Yep. 1-877 Kars4Kids. Maybe a good time to watch the Sebastian Stan clip about the level of corruption and weaponization of lawsuits in this admin. Yeah, sure. Before we get into this.
It's just not a laughing matter, to be honest. It isn't. You know, it's, I think we're in a really, really bad place.
Well, according to Mallory McMurrow, who's got jokes, she's gotta make jokes. She's gotta laugh on the campaign trail.
I really do. And to be honest with you, it's like, when you're looking at what's happening, right, which is, if we're talking about the consolidation of the media, censorship, the threats, the supposed lawsuits that seemingly never end.
So down bad for Sebastian.
You know, the writing was on the wall. We encountered all that with the movie. You know, to the point where we were 3 days before the festival unsure if the movie was going to play at the festival. So,
if you have not seen A Different Man, a film that he did in 2024, very good
you
film.
know, it's maybe people are paying attention more to that film. I think it will stand the test of time for that, but we went through all of it.
He's like, I'm not laughing here. I'm not laughing. It's not funny. This is serious. Okay, back to Kars4Kids. Judge bars Kars4Kids from broadcasting misleading ads in California.
It's run on TV and radio.
1877 Kars4Kids.
It's even been mocked in pop culture.
1877 Kars4Kids.
Shut up! I do feel like there was one point in our culture that you could not escape this. Actually, raise your hand if you don't know Kars4Kids. Put a 1 in chat if you have never been subjected to 1877 Kars4Kids. If you don't know the jingle, if you don't know the commercial, if you don't know Kars4Kids, okay, a lot of you. Okay. Well, for a lot of the rest of, for many of the rest of us, we could not escape this. Growing up, it was like this, save big money at Menards, which I actually fuck with, and a couple other jingles, but yeah, this was a big one. It was truly inescapable. And the reason that we're talking about it today is because Kars4Kids has been revealed to be a scam. It's a scam. And it's not exactly cars going to kids, but more so kids going on birthright trips to Israel.
Shut up! What is this charity?
But this morning, a Superior Court judge in California says a Kars4Kids jingle must stop being broadcast in the state.
Donate your car today.
Finding the nonprofit has been violating California's false advertising laws.
We have to show they knowingly and intentionally misled the public. And it's not an easy thing to do, but we did it.
The ruling stems from a lawsuit filed by a Southern California man who says he donated a car after hearing the ad on the radio. He believed the proceeds would go to help children in need. But
why? Because it's called Kars4Kids? Because it's 1877 Kars4Kids? Donate your old cars so that kids can have transportation?
Attorney says that's not where the money has actually been going.
They knew what they were doing. The ad is extraordinarily...
Also, this guy testified to the fact that he was subjected to the Kars4Kids jingle, quote, over and over and over. And so along comes the day that he has an old Volvo and he's wanting to get rid of it. He's retired, wants to get rid of it, and is like, you know what? That fucking jingle. 1877 Kars4Kids that I've been hearing for more than 2 decades. I know the perfect place to donate this car. This will benefit somebody in my community or elsewhere. And this will specifically help underprivileged kids because of this commercial that has been seared into my brain for over 2 decades.
Impactful.
The judge ruling Kars4Kids has misled donors by implying the funds go to support needy children, but that most of the money actually goes to Orthodox Jewish programs in New York, New Jersey, and the Middle East. The court finding the money is
well, specifically Israel.
spent on sending teenagers to Israel and a $16 million building there.
Also, this guy's neighbor was the one who told him that, which I'm just imagining this conversation. His neighbor's like, "Hey, what's up? How's it going?" You know, he's watering the lawn. He's like, "Oh, just got rid of the old Volvo. I gave it to 1877 Kars4Kids. You know that old jingle." And his neighbor laughs and is like, "Oh, you don't know, do you?" And the guy's like, "I don't know what." He goes, "Oh yeah, no, that just sent a couple Orthodox teens to Israel on a birthright mission." Yeah, you know Aura? That's the organization that this money and these donations get funneled into, and they're sending kids on birthright. His neighbor is just watering his lawn, and then this guy, understandably, got fucking pissed. And he was like, "The fuck did you say? Are you kidding me?" Are you kidding? And so then he sued.
The judge ordering Kars4Kids to pay the victim $250, the fair market value for his non-working car. In a statement, Kars4Kids says, "We believe this case was nothing more than a lawyer-driven attempt to siphon off charitable funds for their own gain. We expect to win on appeal because the law and facts are clearly on our side."
It will make many charities a little concerned that a case like this could be brought and checking whether their disclosures are adequate.
Well, I don't know. Are these other nonprofits using a significant amount of funds to send people on birthright trips to Israel? Because if that's the case, then yeah, you should be sweating. Are you a nonprofit who's acting as a front for supporting an apartheid state? If that's you, if you're like 1877 Kars4Kids, well, you should be sweating a bit.
All right, so Kars4Kids has until June 8th to stop airing the ads in California or get that ruling put on hold. It's also facing a similar federal class action lawsuit alleging much of the same. Rhiannon.
All right, thank you for that.
Okay, let's watch this video. Why does Kars4Kids funnel most of its money to Five-ish, Yap Dollar, and a town in New Jersey?
1877 Kars4Kids. You probably know the tune if you're someone who has listened to radio at some point in the past 30 years. In the most recent rendition, the advertisement features a band of children with instruments that sing their awful, awful song, imploring you to donate your car.
I know, it's an
jingle so
earworm.
mentally taxing to the listener that it has led to literal death threats being sent to the organization.
Some like, "Oh, these kids are so cute," but then there was like, "These kids should go kill themselves."
For kids.
Okay, that's not funny. That's not funny, but it's kind of funny. People who lost their minds because this goddamn jingle just infected their mind space, and they're like, everyone should die.
For kids, it's the most.
Okay, obviously not funny because these are kids, but people fucking hate Kars4Kids, which is why this news is one that I think has come at a time when, one, people need some good news. So the fact that Kars4Kids commercials are no longer going to run, it's good news. And also because so many people have a fuck Israel attitude now, for good reasons. They are hearing this story and going, fuck Israel yet again. Like tying in Kars4Kids to Israel. That's producing negative feelings.
Stupid is annoying.
Nobody should be telling kids to kill themselves, with the level of anger people feel does feel comical. Yes, the level of anger people have for this jingle that for over 2 decades, I'm trying to explain to people who are not familiar with this, for over 2 decades, you could not escape it. Dun, dun, dun. No! That's why Jimmy Fallon became an alcoholic.
Everybody hates this song so much to the point where most people associate the organization behind it with the omnipresent malice against their ears that the song is. But a lot of others end up donating their cars to these kids, enough to keep their ads on the air. The question is, where are these cars going, and how are they for these kids?
Kars4Kids 100% came from CIA torture research. Yeah.
With which to fight each other in a fashion.
Why are kids driving?
Metal games. Instead, Kars4Kids takes donated vehicles and flips them at auto auctions. This isn't too unusual, and is a service that many people would rather just use to get a tax break instead of going through the hassle of selling their car by themselves. Despite the pitch of helping children and tax benefits being ostensibly hard to disagree with, the incredibly awful jingle has made
I've listened to it a couple
Kars4Kids
times. It's already too much.
Everyone is sort of allowed to hate. What doesn't help with that reputation gained from the jingle is learning what Kars4Kids actually does with the money they receive. See, Kars4Kids doesn't actually give to any of the children you would think of as particularly in need. That's because the kids in question are being helped not because they are in need of charity, but because they are part of a religious group. Right on the Kars4Kids website, it clarifies that. Our all-encompassing program gives Jewish children and their families the support, resources, and guidance they need to develop into productive members of the community. What the website doesn't clarify is that these Jewish kids are almost exclusively in New Jersey, the city.
Yes, also the COO of Kars4Kids, her name is Esty Landau, and in her testimony, she explicitly said the organization's primary purpose is not to help economically disadvantaged children, but that Aura's programs, Aura, which is the company here, Aura's programs include matchmaking for young adults and gap trip years to Israel for 17 and 18-year-olds. And they average about 250 participants per year. She also admitted that Kars4Kids operates no functional programs in California. Their local activity is limited to small grants consisting of approximately 1,000 backpacks bearing the corporate logo distributed to any child regardless of financial need. Oh, great, a backpack. She also testified that Kars4Kids is not involved in how the money is spent once transferred. Those decisions are left entirely to Aura.
Lakewood in particular. I was surprised to learn that Kars4Kids was Jewish at first. Growing up in Minnesota, I heard that godforsaken jingle so many times, but had never heard about Kars4Kids from my Jewish friends, or saw any indication that any of the people at the Jewish community center I went to were supporting this seemingly omnipresent Jewish charity. It turns out I wasn't the only one in Minnesota that was confused by this. An investigation by the Minnesota Attorney General's office found that Kars4Kids spent essentially none of its raised money from Minnesota in the state on anything more than more ad buys. Kars4Kids has done a few programs helping the wider community. This mostly seems to manifest in handing out coats, basketballs, and developing an app.
They even pulled this ad in Canada. That's how far that shit reached.
Reminds you not to leave your children in a hot car. Looking at their website, these programs are either in Newark, New York City, or Philadelphia. Conveniently, no more than a day trip from the headquarters of Kars4Kids in New Jersey. But this is all, at best, a half-assed attempt to argue on a technicality. In reality, 92% of the organization's cash is sent directly to another charity, URA, located in Lakewood, New Jersey, and run by Kars4Kids founder Eliyahu Mintz. There is functionally no difference between Kars4Kids and URA outside of paperwork and advertising.
Also, this is not necessarily new. There are people who've been aware of Kars4Kids being a front for Israel's birthright trips. Okay, that it specifically benefits a group, of young Orthodox Jewish teens who get sent on these trips. However, because of this lawsuit and because of the decision in California, that being reported on in the media, but also because people are much more sensitive now to news that involves Israel, that it's like maybe they wouldn't have paid as close attention in the past or would have really thought much of it. But now it's like, are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck are we doing here? What the fuck are we doing here? People don't want any money. They don't want anything going to Israel. I've known since 2013 when I moved to NYC and researched those fucking annoying commercials.
As a side note, I wouldn't feel qualified to write about this if I was just talking about URAs. I'm not a member of the Jewish community, nor have I had any personal interactions with Jewish people that prompted me to write this. The truth is that URA forfeited the deniability of being a religious organization, both when it got most of its money from Kars4Kids and when it didn't even register as one for tax purposes. URA doesn't offer its services to Jewish people outside the greater New York and New Jersey metro area. Less than 1% of the money stays in other states that donate, and besides, any charity that is going to subject us to that awful jingle would already be one under intense legal scrutiny in a just system. I've actually been passively familiar with URA for a few years now. Like an unfortunately large number of things in my life, URA originally came to my attention via an episode of the Come Town podcast, now the Adam Friedland Show. I'll get to what part of URA was in that clip specifically, but if you know, you know. URA is itself a modern Orthodox Jewish charity that services said community. Modern Orthodox Judaism is defined by maintaining Orthodox traditions while still interacting with the modern world as it is. This is different from ultra-Orthodox or Haredi Judaism, whose adherents self-segregate from broader society to maintain their beliefs as authentically as possible. In terms of services offered, URA seems to focus mainly on, surprise, the younger generation, although not exclusively. This focus makes sense, given that Orthodox families have more children on average than any other Jewish denomination in America, and the community has a general distrust of public institutions. They need a lot of cars to pay for these kids. It's for this reason that the charity exists, supposedly, as a means to provide the Orthodox community with help raising children through programs like day camp. I say supposedly because URA is unique even among shady charities for how strange it is. High-rise apartments, strip malls, and even
they need a lot of cars for these kids.
Development in Jerusalem. Kars4Kids is already known to have some assets that are tangentially related to kids at best. When I looked at the tax returns for the two charities, a lot more than just buildings started to come up. I'll give you a rundown of a couple interesting finds. One property that URA owns is 985 Claire Drive in Lisbon,
Cars
New Jersey.
with a K.
According to tax records,
like
URA
the
acquired this property in
Kardashians.
2015. What's interesting is that the last time 985 Claire Drive was sold on the market was in 2009, according to Redfin. The property also isn't a facility, it's a single-family home. It's not the only single-family home owned by URA either. 851 Morris, 624 Vine, 107 and 119 Rutgers, all bought in 2008. All but one off the market since then. 107 was sold in 2022 for $85,000 more than the tax-assessed value. I don't know what these are being used for, but the fact that Google Street View doesn't show any signs that these buildings are being converted into a non-residential role makes me think that there might be more going on. Another revelation from these forms is how much profit this nonprofit makes. 2021 revenue was $77,977,049, up 62.5% from the previous year, while expenses of $28,251,610 represented a mere 7% rise. These numbers aren't unprecedented. Look at pretty much any college in the US, but still raise questions. More specifically, it makes you wonder what that $34 million in cash is doing just sitting there. For that, I have at least a partial answer. URA hosts a yearly charity auction in a live stream telethon format. During this telethon, URA gives out several prizes, many of them straight up cash, in a format that they call an auction, but is really just a raffle. Interspersing these auctions is a character I knew I was going to have to talk about eventually,
Five-ish,
and it filled me with a sense of dread. I already mentioned it earlier, but it's time to talk about Five-ish. Five-ish is something else.
It's this tweet. It's this tweet. It's called Kars4Kids, T. There's really no way I can tell you any more about it without sounding anti-Semitic. Oh yeah. It is this. This is the mascot.
As alluded to previously, I first heard about Five-ish from the then Cumtown podcast. Five-ish was being discussed because, well, this is what Five-ish looks like. Five-ish is a giant $5 bill with cartoon eyes and giant Mickey Mouse-like limbs. Essentially, he is sort of like the mascot of URA, who goes around to their events and serves as what I think is supposed to be a sort of
you see the TikTok other day I tried to explain this without sounding like a 30s conspiracy theorist? No, will you please link that?
Relief character. To quote a friend of mine who was on that episode of the aforementioned podcast, this is like if the Expendables of anti-Semitism came together to make something to make fun of Jews. URA really likes using Five-ish. This isn't a mascot I dug up from years ago or something they tested out in a couple videos. Like, they really fucking love Five-ish. They love Five-ish so much that they have Five-ish as a plushie, Five-ish on a hat, President Five-ish, the Five-ish car or Five-ish mobile, really shitty CGI Five-ish, Five-ish in Israel on the news.
Like, it's just the worst mascot. It is the worst thing to have as a mascot, regardless of anti-Semitic trope. Like, just why is this the mascot? Why? Trying to accurately describe Kars4Kids without sounding like a conspiracy theorist from 1930s Europe.
And I'm not joking. Israel 1877 Kars4 that one. It is that one. It's the one you're thinking of. The money gained from the donated cars didn't go to support kids as much as it went to support, I don't know, ethno-nationalism, let's just say. How do I describe this without, like, sounding like Alex fucking Jones?
You can't.
I do not.
Just Google it, man. There's a clip of this mascot in a Jewish community getting beat up by the people there who are like, what the fuck is this anti-Semitic shit? Yeah.
I don't know.
It's Five-ish.
Can you watch your back? Can
In Israel. This is in Israel.
Kenny, they're gonna hurt you. Kenny's gonna hurt you.
Five's got in the background.
I'm not gonna lie, if their idea was to use Five-ish on purpose to make everyone who talks about it sound anti-Semitic, it's kind of genius. It does make you see. This is I'm back here though. I'm back here. How do I not sound like a conspiracy theorist from 1930s Europe? It's like how do you say that? It also seems like it could be it could be that. It could be PSYOP because you can't talk about it without it seeming so obviously anti-Semitic. Apparently, Aura does Five-ish sketches as
What's
well.
wrong, Ari? I just can't find anything to do special for Shabbos.
Oh, Ari, don't feel sad. Everyone can find something special to do to prepare for Shabbos. Here's a song that might help you. And I'll need all your help out there, too. Can you help me? Oh, okay, great. Let's sing it together. Here it goes.
Shabbos is on its way. I'm doing something every day. A special something to prepare for Shabbos. Shabbos is on.
It's giving I'm from Israel and this is my art.
On its way, I'll wear my suit and tie today.
3 special pseudos we will eat on Shabbos.
Shabbos is on its way. I'm looking forward every day with something special just for Shabbos. I'll set the candles up today. The silver becker's on display. My tablecloth is just for Shabbos. The nicest clothes for Shabbos, the best foods are for Shabbos, the finest of everything we plan. The 6 days of creation were all a preparation to make sure our Shabbos is grand. The nicest clothes for Shabbos,
the best foods are for Shabbos,
the finest of everything we plan. The 6 days of creation were all a preparation
to make sure our Shabbos is grand.
I just joined. Is this an... No, this is not satire. No. No. There's a whole kid show called Five-ish and Friends.
So before I go, boys, I'd like to once again thank Rabbi Steigenfeld for inviting me to your yeshiva as this week's guest Rebbe. And to sum up our lesson by saying that showing respect to one's grandparents is not only enjoyable, but it fulfills the mitzvah of honoring the elderly. And it also is a direct extension of honoring one's parents. It brings our parents joy and nachas, which is kibud av va'aim. Yes, Avrami?
You say it's enjoyable when grandparents come, but, well, what if I don't really like when they come?
All right.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, this really does. This feels like bad acid trip. It does. It does. For kids who are allowed media access, this may be the only content allowed. Yeah, this may be the only type. This may be the only type of content that they can watch. Hogan, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Five-ish. Clefariel, thank you for the 15 months. Volcano Geologist, thank you for the Prime Olympi. Thank you for the 25 months. Thank you. This may be all they get to consume. It's like what was the VeggieTales? Yeah, VeggieTales. VeggieTales, but for Orthodox Jewish kids. This is what they get. Five-ish and Friends. Oh my God. Oh my God. VeggieTales slapped though. Broccoli, celery, gotta be VeggieTales. Forever and ever and ever and ever VeggieTales. But the thing is that I feel like people watch VeggieTales who were not Christian, you know? Like I watched that shit because I went to an evangelical school from 1st to 5th grade, not because my family's evangelical. It's just one of the better schools in the area we were in. And that's where I remember watching it. And then I remember Sunday school for my Catholic church, they would sometimes play VeggieTales. But VeggieTales had more mainstream popularity. Like a lot of kids definitely watch VeggieTales who were not watching so for specifically religious purposes. Some stuff just becomes more mainstream. Exactly. But Five-ish and Aura is very specifically for the Orthodox Jewish community. That was not something that was mainstream. Like we were not growing up watching these videos of Five-ish. So for a lot of people, this is the first time they have been introduced, and it is because of Kars4Kids. because because of all the connections here. And Kars4Kids is something that everybody knows. Well, most people know. And so the connection from that to this is, I think, what's also breaking people's brains. Anthroho, thank you for the 4 months. Tank, thank you for the 13.
Five-ish in Israel being harassed by other Orthodox Jews.
Gonna hurt you. Kenny's gonna hurt you.
Five-ish and his Five-ish family being washed ashore and threatened by the military of Panama, being partially led by a knockout version of the prince from Frozen. Okay, why don't I start there, at that last one. So, Ura commissioned or produced, I couldn't find exactly if it was done in-house, these animations featuring Five-ish. The intent is children's programming, which Ura refers to as schmorg, as in smorgasbord. The most interesting schmorg is one that is 38 minutes long and involves the aforementioned military of Panama. So the video starts, and after a short intro, we see 3 boys walk out
What
of their
should the
board-ridden
Caroline Kwan
school
mascot be? Stream mascot be? Just an exploding head.
to the sidewalk. 2 of the boys stop as the 3rd boy asks where they're going. They say,
"We're going to visit Five-ish."
as all 3 boys blink their porcelain doll eyes to mimic human behaviors, a Kars4Kids branded taxi drives past and the scene moves on to another intro, except this one transitions into a theme song, an incredibly long theme song. In fact, I did some napkin math to find out that this theme song is a little under 2 minutes. For context, that is longer than the 1 minute, 36-second intro of the syndicated version of Twin Peaks. If you include the cold intro, it is about as long as the intro to Band of Brothers, and only 10 seconds shorter than the longest intro in TV language history, which is the cut intro to Twin Peaks. Look, it's a long intro. Rest in peace, David Lynch. The 3 boys finally arrive at Five-ish's house, where they inform him that they have anxiety that they won't be able to attend the yeshiva, religious school, that they want. There doesn't seem to be an inciting incident really, or a stated reason that these boys are nervous. Nevertheless, Five-ish regales them with the story of when my friends and I were really scared. Now, even though this sounds like Five-ish is about to tell these whiny kids about his time in prison, that is unfortunately not the direction it goes. Five-ish is dropped off at the airport, does his Catskills material.
Wait. You forgot your change.
Change? What do you mean change? I need a change? Well, I mean, everybody could use a little bit of change. I'm not saying that, but I mean, how much do I really need to change?
No.
This is, you know what this is giving? This is giving when that one guy on Twitter, was like, when he was talking about the tunnels, and he's like, I don't know how to say this, and I promise I'm not anti-Semitic. When that guy was trying to talk about what he was hearing from the tunnels in New York City, and then when the tunnels in Brooklyn story started to break, and you were like, no. And it was the same thing where on stream you're like, I can't, how do I talk about this story? How do I talk about this story without sounding, It was wild. That was fucking wild. He was so vindicated and angry at people calling him anti-Semitic. Yeah, and wasn't it like months before then the story came out? I have not moved on from that story because it was so crazy. His name is literally Dick Stroker. Oh, okay. The dude was anti-Semitic to be. Oh my God. Okay.
And enters the building. Then, Five-ish is accosted by this overbearing TSA worker, who then waves him through. The worker then starts talking with another, more anthropomorphic Five-ish, who is bringing a kosher meal on the plane, but is told it looks too much like a bomb.
Normal.
They then
Yeah.
strike up a
Wow.
conversation about what yeshiva they went to, for some reason. What makes this so bizarre is, for lack of a better term, it's sort of unskilled racism. Let me try to explain. So, the TSA worker speaks with some kind of accent. I say some kind because it's not clear what stereotype this man is supposed to represent. He wears a yarmulke, which would imply he's Jewish, but he also punctuates his sentences with Arabic terms like Habibi.
Habibi, look at.
If you don't know, there's a whole Wikipedia for it, okay? New York City synagogue tunnel incident. On January 8th, 2024, clashes broke out at the world headquarters of the Chabad Lubavitch movement in Crown Heights, Brooklyn, after construction workers hired by the synagogue's leaders attempted to fill in a tunnel that yeshiva students had illegally dug beneath the building. The New York City Police Department was called to intervene and arrested 12 people. The New York City Fire Department received an anonymous tip about 770 in mid-December 2023. They made an inspection of the building on December 20th, but did not find the tunnel. The existence of the tunnel was first reported on by local media December 22nd. The tunnel was constructed by yeshiva students as part of an attempt to illegally expand 770, a process that's been delayed due to various legal disputes involving the building. 2 yeshiva students involved with the creation of the tunnel spoke with the Ford, claiming that they were taking initiative on a long-deferred synagogue expansion. A New York City Department of Buildings investigation in January determined that the tunnel was illegally excavated and connecting 4 neighborhood buildings, 784 and 786 Eastern Parkway, 302 Kingston Avenue, and the extension behind 1457 Union Street. The tunnel was approximately 60 feet long, 8 feet wide, 5 feet tall, with inadequate shoring. A full vacate order was issued for the abandoned men's mikvah at 302 Kingston Avenue due to foundation damage. After the discovery of the tunnel, the Gabayan called in construction crews to fill the tunnel with concrete. The incident. On the afternoon of January 8th, 2024, a group of yeshiva students reported to be Chabad Messianics attempted to protect the hidden passageways after a cement truck arrived to fill the tunnel. The incident. The men were seen tearing up wood paneling and throwing wooden pews while others ran into the tunnel to stop it from being filled. The New York City Police Department responded after receiving reports of a disorderly group outside the building. It was a riot. Many refused to come out of the tunnel, and as a result, police arrested 9 people. Those arrested were between the ages of 19 and 22. Of those arrested, 5 were later arraigned in front of a Brooklyn judge on charges including criminal mischief, reckless endangerment, and obstructing governmental administration. The 5 men, who were described by their lawyer as being Israeli citizens studying to become rabbis, all pleaded not guilty and were released without bail until a future court date. 7 other individuals were given summonses on lesser charges. In April 2024, 13 men were arraigned on charges relating to the incident. 6 defendants subsequently pleaded guilty. 6 more accepted a plea bargain in January 2025, with 4 defendants refusing to accept a plea deal and were set to be tried in April of 2025.
The NYPD was called to a location best known as a sacred site for the Chabad Lubavitch Orthodox Jewish sect. Authorities say a group of Jewish men
was a riot.
who had a long simmering disagreement burrowed through tunnels under several buildings to break into the synagogue. They got into fights and destroyed fixtures.
The cement truck was here, and these individuals or some of their friends perhaps who broke through some of those adjoining properties disrupted the repairs and ultimately broke through the wall in the sanctuary and vandalized that wall as well. They've since been arrested. This is obviously very distressing for the Lubavitch community and
they destroyed the shit
around the
out of
world
it.
and Jewish people everywhere.
Yeah.
New York, a secret tunnel, and a historic Brooklyn synagogue. Police say 10 people were arrested after a brawl in a historic building after a secret tunnel was discovered and Hasidic Jewish students tried to protect it. Here's what we know. The tunnel was discovered in a historic building in Crown Heights, which is the headquarters of the Hasidic movement Chabad. Police were called when extremist students were accused of breaking through the walls of the vacant building behind the headquarters to gain access. Efforts to repair the walls were stopped when the group in the tunnel broke through to the synagogue, which led to a standoff. Video from the scene show police confronting young men who were standing in a space behind the brick wall. After police removed the men from the tunnel, a group of onlookers started tossing desks and shoving officers.
Tunnels.
10 people were arrested for criminal mischief
the boys
and
are
criminal
digging tunnels.
trespass, and one for
They're
obstructing
tunneling
government
over here.
administration. One rabbi said the community has been pained by these young agitators. But here's the thing, we don't know when or why this tunnel was constructed. Unconfirmed reports say the work took place over the last few years. The New York City Fire Department had received an anonymous tip in December, but when they inspected, they found all exits were up to code. The building is now closed pending a structural safety review. New York.
Also, the crazy thing about this was that, of course, this was at a time when there were all the reports about Hamas tunnels. Oh, there's Hamas and Hamas makes tunnels and they hide out in the tunnels. So that's why we have to, blow up hospitals because of the Hamas tunnels. When if you were to Google tunnels, there was so much that would pop up news-wise that had to do with Hamas tunnels. So then this happens and you're like, no. You've got to be fucking kidding me. The guy emerging from a sewer out of nowhere is the most incredible clip from the whole mess. I will never forget that. I will never forget the guy emerging out of a sewer, like just coming up out of the ground. People are like, what the fuck? I remember seeing this and thinking it was a bit. Yes. Some people literally thought Hamas was coming to the U.S. in tunnels. Yes. People thought Hamas was tunneling into the United States. I know, we just watched this. It's exactly this. And that lady who dug her own tunnel on TikTok happened at the same time too. Yes. There was so much madness at that time. Just a cartoon shit. Absolute cartoon shit. Absolute. It was the year of the tunnels. Yep.
Do I look like a stewardess?
This accent is so thick that it could either be Israeli or some kind of approximation of Arabic. I say this because there's another Fiverr sketch showing an Arab terrorist going through security without issue. I think this man is supposed to be an overbearing Arab who accosts Five-ish who wants to bring
tunneling
a kosher
is the
meal
way.
on, but then they forgot and decided to add in some dialogue that makes him seem Israeli. After this, the Five-ishes get on their flight with El Al, the
Is this the yep. Just another day in New York City. And then he just takes off running. God, what a time. He hits the camera out of the way and just boom. Just takes. Honest to God, if I'm walking in New York, and I see something like that, I probably am going, just another day in New York City. Like that to me is just, it's New York.
The largest Israeli airliner, which then promptly crashes into the ocean because of engine breakage.
Enough reps for everyone. I know I should have done a cover skyline this morning.
This is New York currently. I know everybody is living for the Knicks. Like this is so New York too. They've got a fucking flat screen in the back of this SUV as full-on traffic is happening. Just a couple guys with their pizza watching the Knicks out of the back of the Volvo. New York, baby. I'm nicked up.
I thought this was funny because they clearly did not consult El Al for this, as most airlines do not like to be shown crashing into the ocean. In fact, this is sort of the main things airlines don't want people to think of when it comes to them. It then cuts to the French-British island colony of Bingsalou, which has the Panamanian flag for some reason. It's never really explained why the colony is both French and British. Maybe it's a Quebec situation. The island is ruled by some sort of 17th century colonial merchant who I'll call the King, and an Xbox 360 version of the prince from Frozen named Franco. The King is being entertained by scuba divers who are hitting a ball that literally just has the default texture on it. No, I'm not kidding, that's just the default texture from Gary's mod.
Yes, yes, that was wonderful. Let me see you slam that volleyball into the pool again.
In with your toes.
And go all the way to the nose.
That is disgusting. There's sort of an implication that the king is getting a sexual thrill out of this, even though it just looks like an early CGI
What the
tech
fuck
demo.
are we
I also
watching?
have to mention that Franco seems to have a tribal tattoo on his jacket for some reason. We never really get to see his back fully, so I can't be entirely certain, but it seems like someone decided to add a sick-ass mid-2000s tribal tat for literally no reason. Anyway, the 5-ish plane crashes into the ocean.
Do you remember
with a
this?
thematically consistent
Yeah.
but horrifically tragic 5 survivors. There are actually people on the plane, by the way.
Just
real humans
psychosis.
Wait, is that Go Animate? No, I swear to fucking God, they use Go Animate assets on this thing. I don't even know how that's easier, honestly. They didn't animate them. They just loved the Go Animate assets so much that they need them to be there. I just had to mention that, I'm sorry. Anyway, the 5-ishes wash up on the beach, sing a song, and get reprimanded.
God, there's a whole other world out there, huh?
Prepare for war.
Huh.
The French.
The next most interesting thing to happen is when Lord Farquaad shows up. A lot of exposition occurs. There's
Wait,
a song,
why is this tall Farquaad?
yada yada yada. The 5-ish congregation finds themselves trapped at the royal palace, where, after a musical number,
Coda Melon, thank you for the 13 months.
With a song. Hit it! New England clam chowder or gefilte fish, it's not too difficult to call. Why eat crab cakes or octopus instead of soup with matzo balls?
get beckoned by a man named...
This feels like the TikToks that Ashley sends. Like what am I looking at? What am I looking at?
Moisha, a quote,
what is
Jew
happening?
just like you. This confirms that 5-ish is a full part of the religion and that Urab wants children to know that money can indeed become Jewish. Moisha then tells them they don't
I don't
like
know what my
Jews
eyes
here,
are looking
which
at.
you would think is a prejudice that would fall away after a while, but apparently is very deeply held. There also isn't any mention by any other islander made about Jews, which makes me think that Moisha is just a guy who sucks and is disliked for different
Did
reasons.
she watch
and
this in her
just
childhood?
attributes
Does
it
that
to
explain it? That's what
anti-Semitism.
I'm
I
wondering.
also wanted to mention that Moisha's outfit is weirdly specific. Not in its details, those are fairly scant, but the fact that it seems to include an Austro-Hungarian military ski cap for some reason, I found very bizarre. I don't note this because it's particularly important, but rather because it raises questions as to where they got his model from. Of all the models on all the asset stores, why it was an Austrian mountaineer circa 1915 that was chosen, I have no idea. Why instead did they not choose any other kind of generic soldier? And why did they choose something that I only recognize because I play way too many Hearts of Iron 4 mods? Anyway, the 5-ishes, 5-ish-I, anyway, try to escape before being captured and taken back to chicken wire fences.
Get in there with the chickens. Where you belong.
Which is another thing about this supposedly lost colony I found strangely reminiscent of the industrial nature of the Holocaust. But just as the 5-ishes are going to be put on trial, a helicopter piloted by Boris, another 5-ish, swoops down to announce their arrest. In exchange, the islanders are offered a large chest of coins that the king is told are apparently edible.
They're very good, Your Highness. You'll like them. They're shiny, valuable, but most importantly, edible.
I don't know.
This is my second time watching this, and somehow it makes less sense. This feels like the type of thing, the more you watch it, the less it makes sense.
Finally concludes our 5-ish story in the animated realm, but it continues into the aforementioned auction. Every year, URA hosts a charity auction that is really just a raffle. It's almost comically corrupt in terms of prizes offered to the point where it's basically just gambling. Just as I watched the 5-ish TV show, I also watched the 5-ish charity from 2023 and recorded what happened during it. I've been to a couple charity auctions myself. My memory consists mainly of watching people bid on gift baskets, memorabilia, or gift cards to sums of maybe $300 at the most. They were social events, either for a public school or a local nonprofit, where donors came to mingle. URA also does charity auctions, but the way they organize these events is in another galaxy compared to my experience and the experience of many others. I'm just going to cover the auction and telethon for now, but the online auction is both the easiest and hardest to explain. So, it's not unheard of to pick up an item at a charity auction for below market rate. That's sometimes the incentive. For example, you buy a rare baseball card that got donated to a charity auction. There's some upsides to the benefiting institution in terms of taxes and ease of processing. URA takes it to a completely new level. URA auctions themselves don't work like auctions at all. Like I said, they're basically a sweepstakes or raffle where donors buy tickets that are then randomly drawn. The other main difference is the prizes. Where others have donated items with somewhat subjective market price, URA charity auctions seem to primarily have a different kind of prize. Cash, not collectible buffalo nickels, not a $2 bill signed by Richard Nixon. Large sums of money that URA gives to its winner. Of the 49 potential prizes, 15 of them were just money. That doesn't include the other prizes, many of which were just a step removed from being a transfer of money. Here's a list of the
Wait, hold on.
Include the other prizes, many of which were just a step.
Make-A-Wish? Like that Make-A-Wish? What is this? What?
Removed from being
this one just says big fat check.
Transfer of money. Here's a list of the auction items that you can win for as little as $5 that are just straight up, undeniably money. In fact,
Loser's
one host
prize?
points out that one winner spent $500 on tickets and made their money back 100 times over. Here's a short list of 15 prizes. $25,000 cash. $7,000 Visa gift card, 5-ish cash, which is $5,555, $100,000 bonus,
Bump a kid out of the
daily
queue.
cash, $50 a day for 6 months for $9,000 in total, $7,000 MasterCard, weekly
You
eat,
gotta take a
$100
wish
a
from a
week for 1
Make-A-Wish
year,
kid.
or $5,200, $36,000, big fat check, which is $6,130, investment portfolio, parentheses, $10,000, $18,000 cash, pick 50K. Allows you to pick one of 5 hidden cards, each worth $5, $50, $500, $5,000, or $50,000. Yearly cash, $1,000 every year for 10 years, for a total of $10,000. Instant 50K for $50,000. 10 of the 50 prizes are some form of guarantee and help paying for a specific bill or expense with a listed value. Choice items from that selection include rent and mortgage, an Amazon spree, and, quote, living expenses. 6 prizes are a trip to Israel, either for a holiday or just covering the ticket price of a dozen people. 11 prizes are what I would consider to be desirable for most people, even outside the community URA serves. These include items such as a Toyota Sienna, a fine silver, or a vacation anywhere. I also have to mention what is by far the strangest item in the last list on that count, which is $8,500 that goes towards a bunker or safe room on your property. Well, myself, a Gentile, I never felt like having a secured bunker in your backyard is something that would be more appealing to the Jewish people I know. I mean, if I got offered a bunker for $5, would I turn it down? The answer doesn't have much to do with my ethnicity or religion, and really is just more a question of how cool I think having a bunker would be. The final 7 items are the only one I could find that were related to the local Orthodox community. These include things like a separate Torah and a year of $200 every week towards Shabbos. One prize among these is the so-called Loser's Prize, which is a limited edition sweatshirt which features 5-ish, surrounded by I'm a Winner, URA 2023 auction. Another part of the live stream that I wanted to talk about was an advertisement for another URA organization
what
that shows
the
up halfway
fuck?
through. And by
I
being
don't
an
even
URA
know what to say.
organization, it is inherently one that is funded by Kars4Kids. Rebbitzins, I think I'm pronouncing that right, is a site that facilitates the traditional Orthodox Jewish shidduch, where young singles are matched with each other by members of the community. For a religious group that is strictly divided along gender lines and does not evangelize...
My question is, how the fuck did they get away with this for so long? How did Kars4Kids which was founded in 1994. This is 2 years after I was born, 1994, and has for decades gotten away with this.
As itself, the shidduch is a method for maintaining this tight social cohesion. In essence, the shidduch system is one of the only institutional forms of arranged marriage still in the United States. The shidduch is also a model that is in crisis. Creatively named the shidduch crisis, many in the Orthodox community fear that there is a decline in the number of marriages overall, which is being spearheaded by a drop in shidduch marriages. Looking into this, the conclusion that I saw reached by observers is that a high dropout rate of the religion, pickiness by parents, and the generally dehumanizing nature of having your partner pick for you, as technology tears down more social barriers, are contributing to this crisis. Men are also less willing to marry, which combines with the higher male tendency for leaving Orthodox Judaism to make women in the shidduch system much more susceptible to being objectified, both by potential partners and often the woman's own parents, trying to sell her in a buyer's market. Rebbitzin seeks to fix part of that crisis by providing a more streamlined and supportive shidduch process to parents. In the promo played during the telethon, it is made clear that the purpose of Rebbitzins is to reinforce the shidduch system with their services. Despite a red background that brings to mind online dating services and romantic music, Rebbitzins is part of a deeply conservative tradition. As I previously mentioned, the shidduch system does not favor women. More than just the demographic issues that make women outnumber men in the community, women who are married using the shidduch system are being placed firmly inside a deeply patriarchal community structure. The most standing example of this fact is that Orthodox Jewish women are generally not allowed to seek a divorce. Only their husband can initiate that process. This can result in creative solutions where gangs of Orthodox men are hired on behalf of Orthodox women unsatisfied with their marriages.
Yeah, but let's talk about only the problem of extremism in Islam. That's always when we talk about religious extremism, it's always talking about Islam. It's always talking about Muslims. Of course, from like Christians who, extremist Christians, extremist Jews, like there is extremism all over the place. But of course, because of the difference in Islamophobia being institutionalized, being so normalized because it is baked into our institutions. It's like the definition of religious extremism being Islam, right? It's like most people when they think of extremism in religion would think of Muslims. They'd be like, oh, Islam. Yeah. Terrible.
To kidnap and convince the husbands who are refusing this divorce. The practice was the subject of the third episode of The Sopranos.
Called Hasidim. Hasidim, but I don't believe him. What's he want, this titleman?
Shakira law.
For his daughter. You know about this shit?
Run. Huh? Trust me. You don't want to do business with these people.
He said there's 25 large in it if we can get him this here gang.
You know, there's an old saying amongst Jews. When a Jew gets a divorce, even the oldest sheds tears.
Unfortunately, most Orthodox women aren't able to hire roving gangs or the Soprano crime family. While studies on the topic in American Orthodox Jewish communities are rare, it's found that the Orthodox community in Israel had high rates of domestic abuse, far higher than the average. A study from the University of Puget Sound noted the relationship between adherence and violence. Domestic violence is harder to escape for more religious women because of their strict adherence to the halacha. Despite Ura being more modern than other strains of Orthodox Judaism, the leadership still maintains a deeply conservative view towards marriage. Ura founder Chaim Mintz said so himself in November 2023, answering a question about the roles of men and women in a statement summarized by Ura as, "The man makes the decisions because he has the Torah knowledge to back him up."
There's no boss in Jewish marriage. We'll put it as most wives like a husband as a leader because a husband who is a ben Torah and he studies Torah and he knows what the laws of the Torah are, usually he knows more than the wife knows.
Statements like this point to a phenomenon called Haredization, where modern Orthodox communities have become increasingly observant of traditional practices. The growth has been on top of a high base level of poverty as well, that by some counts is equal to that of Detroit. The Orthodox community is known for higher poverty rates while also helping one another very frequently, but this cannot sustain a growing community. Luckily, URA exists to promote the interests of Lakewood residents. By comparing the Lakewood city budget for 2021 with URA's operating expenses in the same year, my math showed that URA spends the equivalent of 23.5% of the city budget on its own project. URA runs a rather sophisticated operation for giving to its community. The Salvation Army Worldwide Office grants roughly 71% of its operating expenses to other organizations, and the Jewish community for the Foundation of Greater West Metro New Jersey gives almost 85% of its operating expenses away. URA only gives 12.7% of its operating expenses away. Over 13 million of the 28 million in 2021 operating expenses went to salaries, miscellaneous payroll obligations, and office expenses. But given the aforementioned insular nature of URA, these are almost definitely all being paid to Lakewood residents. Paying so many salaries creates a sort of Ouroboros of local investment that
Itamar Ben Gvir is an Orthodox Jew. This is where he heralds from, and he is one of the most evil motherfuckers on this planet.
Has coincided with the aforementioned boom that Lakewood has been experiencing in recent years. URA bolsters the yeshiva system of private religious schools by making them a more appealing option for parents, either by making them cheaper or by otherwise enhancing their facilities. Meanwhile, the yeshiva push has put the Lakewood School District into a financial death spiral. By using legal loopholes,
usually Orthodox referring to ancient practice, but these Orthodox are super modern and are not based on Judaism from 2,000 years ago. Yeah, this is... these are modern constructions.
Has been able to demand bus services for 30,000 private school students from a service that only educates around 5,000 public school students.
Also, not all Orthodox Jews
fit
in
a large
one box.
organization
True.
like URA could feasibly take on, maybe by providing, I don't know, cars for these kids. All this, the telethon, the shidduch, the buses, Five-ish is being funded by the dollars of mostly unaware people across the country donating to Kars4Kids. That is my main problem with URA. It's the deception. If you took all of what I just described and told me it was being funded by some billionaire donor, my tune would change, not because I would approve of it now anymore on a personal level, but because the externalities are being contained to one person. But
it's important to note that there are different sects of Orthodoxy, and the Neutrai Karta are an example of Orthodox Jews who are anti-Zionist on religious grounds. Yeah, there's that one guy who's he's in the Vice video. He's kind of one of the main guys who is featured in a lot of anti-Zionist, Orthodox anti-Zionist protests in New York. You know what I'm talking about? It's the one guy. His voice is it's very raspy. What is his name? Who is the okay, wait, let me look him up. That guy's in London. I thought he was in. Well, there's David Feldman, who's a spokesperson for Neutrai Karta. He's in London. Who's the guy I'm thinking about? We watched a lot of videos with him in the early days.
Given the number of times you've heard that Kars4Kids jingle, we all know it's not contained to one person. There are also plenty of Christian charities that misuse government funds and deceive the public. Hell, there are so many that the idea of a pastor with a private jet has become a joke for half the country and a religious reality for a significant minority. When compared to the sheer scale of fraud in the name of Jesus Christ that has been committed in this country, URA's tens of billions seem laughable.
What are you gonna do with the $5 bill? Huh? Put it on your pile with all your other fucking bill?
Probably, yeah. But those charities receive plenty of scrutiny for their actions, even if it doesn't work all the time. So as long as the start of that infamous jingle is prompting tens of thousands across the country to punch the power buttons on their car radios as fast as they can, URA remains everybody's problem. Hey, thanks for watching the video. This was something that I adapted from my Substack piece, which you can find in the description below. I wanted to give a big thank you to my editor, Viv. She does great work. You can find her on Twitter/X at Vivi, V-I-V-I together. You can also find her on YouTube at
this guy.
Vivi, same way from back home. She makes some great video essays. Yeah, I think
this guy.
Pictures what you didn't see in the last 8 years.
Hold on, sorry. Oh, I didn't realize he passed away. Wait, what? Oh, we must have watched some older. We must have watched some older videos. This guy. So he's Hungarian-born. He was a prominent ultra-Orthodox Jewish leader known for his deep piety, gentle spirit, unwavering commitment to the traditions of his Hungarian Satmar upbringing. Born into a world shattered by war and loss, he carried with him a profound sense of responsibility. After immigrating to the United States, he became one of the most recognizable voices of Nutrai Karta, a small but passionate group devoted to what they believe was the authentic path of Torah Judaism. He had a deeply held stance on Zionism, conviction shaped not by politics, but by his reading of Jewish law and the pain of Jewish history. He believed with great sincerity that the establishment of a Jewish state before the coming of the Messiah was a spiritual violation, dedicated his life to expressing that belief with humility and courage. I think he was in a Vice documentary, I think, from like a decade ago. Anyway, that's who I was thinking of. Woo! All right. Wow. We did it. Kars4Kids. Kars4Kids, everybody. There's a follow-up. Oh my God. This video is part two of an ongoing series on Ura. Part 1 is available on this channel. I might have to take a break. I don't know if I could do part 2 right now. Alexandria, thank you so much for the raid. Hi, everyone. I gotta take a break. Valid. I feel cooked. Oh my God. Ooh. Ah. God, that is a rabbit hole. A rabbit hole that I did not know went this deep. But I will save this for a rainy day. The title of this video, How Five-ish and Kars4Kids Endanger Children and Push Us Towards War with Iran. It's so cooked. Wow. Wow. This is part 2. This is an ongoing series. There are more parts to come. The rabbit hole that never ends up. That never ends. It's still rabbit holing. It's never ending. Have you seen this? I have. Broad City did important documentary work on how Kars4Kids funded birthright trips work to increase our inter-Jewish reproduction.
Ilana?
Hi. Love them.
Abby?
Yes.
I'm Jared. Welcome to Birthmark.
I've seen this.
Surf's up.
Cool.
For the next 10 days, we will be traveling around the holiest place in the world, Israel.
For free. Gotcha, Jews. Makes no sense.
Well, our beautiful country will teach you all about Judaism, its rich history, and I'm looking at the two of you, its reproductive future. We're almost home.
I see. Cool.
Jews, 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 Jews!
Jews, 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 Jews.
Dude, we better not make any new friends on this trip.
It's not about friends, right? It's that it's free. It's about Israel. It's like Africa for Jews. It's about our souls. We gotta find ourselves in the motherland.
We better not make any new friends.
Ladies, where are you seated?
I'm 18B.
No.
Oh my God.
No.
Hold on.
Okay. Ladies, is there something wrong?
Yes, Jared. What's up? We love the trip so far. We would love it even more if we could sit next to each other.
This is an all expense paid.
I remember when I was younger and would hear about this from Jewish friends of mine, and I remember feeling so jealous. I was like, what? You get a free trip? And this is when I had never left the United States, never been outside of the US, and I just could not believe that friends of mine, because they were Jewish, got to go on a free vacation. And of course, I was like, a European vacation. I'm like, you get to go to Europe for free? And then in high school, when friends started to take the trip and they would talk about, they're like, oh my God, yeah, it's just free everything, partying, beautiful people. I'm like, what? What? How is this fair? Yeah, and now people call birth rate as a joke because that's literally the agenda. Yes. Especially hearing the stories of male friends of mine who would go and basically be set up with like gorgeous Israeli women, models. And they're like, it's so awesome. You get to lose your virginity for free. That was the part though where I was like, oh, okay, ew.
Trip to
Gross.
Israel, provided by your living ancestors. So we're
Yeah, a lot of my Jewish male friends who lost their virginities on birthright because that's a big part of it. It's like, yes, have sex. They're encouraging of it. It was like, let's go to nightclubs. We'll buy you alcohol. We'll surround you with models. And it's all about, reproducing and ensuring the lineage
seated according to match
continues.
potential.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Like they want people to hook up.
Hey, I'm Josh. I'm a junior accountant. I write short stories in my spare time, and I'm a Tough Mudder champion.
What? I'm grieving. I've just experienced a loss.
Would it kill you to try?
Ashante.
My sister avoided being brainwashed on her birthright trip because she was busy taking care of her best friend she went on the trip with the whole time. She's got awful stomach issues. Thank God, I guess. Well, that's one way to get out of it. And I remember thinking like, okay, well, maybe it'd actually be boring because it's just all religious stuff, right? They're just teaching about Judaism and it's basically a religious trip. And then my friends were like, oh no, there was like nothing about Judaism. There was like no religious stuff. It was all about Israel. It was all just like, look at the beautiful land, look at the culture, look at the nightlife. Isn't it cool and awesome? And isn't everyone really hot and fun? Yeah, so then they stay and have kids, or they'll eventually move there and have kids. Yep. It's weird as shit. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's quickly talk about what's happening here with the Odyssey, because of course this is one of these classic things for right-wing losers to make 18,000 YouTube videos on. And of course, if you go to YouTube and you type in Lupita Nyong'o, the Odyssey, it's all right-wing culture war bullshit. The racists are racisting again. And my favorite thing is when they piss and moan about a mythical character of which Helen of Troy is. Helen of Troy was not a real person. I don't know if they know that. But just like the Little Mermaid, just like Ariel, Helen of Troy is mythical. But it doesn't stop them from pissing and moaning about a beautiful black actress being cast as Helen of Troy. Yeah, also screaming about Elliot Page being cast as Achilles. But it started with Lupita Nyong'o when Christopher Nolan confirmed that Lupita Nyong'o is playing Helen of Troy. And mind you, perfect casting. Lupita Nyong'o, who's an Oscar winner. Okay, mind you, that's Oscar winner Lupita Nyong'o. That is Yale drama educated, trained Lupita Nyong'o. And she is gorgeous. She is so fucking gorgeous and so talented. Like, of course she should play this role. Perfect casting. Okay, so what is happening? Why is this going on? Because Elon Musk, of course, Elon Musk, who's been crashing out about Lupita Nyong'o for the past week, after Christopher Nolan confirmed this rumor that yes, she is playing Helen of Troy. Nyong'o will also play Claudia Menestra, who is Helen's half-sister. So she's playing the dual roles. Within hours, Elon Musk was complaining about the casting on Twitter, the social media website that he bought to make himself seem more popular than he is. And he hasn't stopped for 7 days straight. 7 fucking days. And he's not alone. A week after Nolan confirmed the casting, the phrase Helen of Troy is still trending on Twitter. Once the news became official, conservative commentators began competing to see who could be the most upset about it. Matt Walsh, love him. Matt Walsh, a podcast host on Ben Shapiro's struggling Daily Wire. Like, maybe they think that this will breathe some life back into Daily Wire. They're like, this is our bread and butter. Okay, doing racism like this, doing culture war racism, this is our B&B. So maybe this will breathe some life into the dying Daily Wire. He was one of the first to complain. Not one person on the planet actually thinks that Lupita Nyong'o is the most beautiful woman in the world. But Christopher Nolan knows that he would be called racist if he gave the most beautiful woman role to a white woman. I love the default being white woman. That whoever it is, the most beautiful woman in the world is a white woman, just by virtue of being white. Duh. Nolan is technically talented, but a coward. Musk, who was already sharing his outrage about the film reportedly casting Nyong'o back in January, shared Walsh's post with the comment, "True," then continued with some speculation of his own. Chris Nolan desecrated the Odyssey so that he would be eligible for an Academy Award. You know what's funny about this is, wow, okay, so Christopher Nolan cast an Oscar-winning actress, one of the best and brightest in Hollywood, because he wants to win awards. Isn't that what filmmakers do? Don't they cast people to make their films great and potentially to win awards? Like, hello? Wow, shocker. I can't believe it. I can't believe he would cast an Oscar winner in his film so that it would be better. In another post, Elon explained his rationale for this ridiculous statement by citing the Oscars diversity rules, which were enacted back in 2020. Those rules don't actually mandate that a certain number of on-screen roles be played by people of color. They were already in place in 2023, for instance, when Nolan's nearly all-white Oppenheimer was nominated for 13 Academy Awards and won 7. Yeah, it sucks that Christopher Nolan doesn't have any Oscars, so he's pushed to this. Yep. I know. The movie was still eligible at the Oscars due to the diversity of its production staff. Conservative influencer Tanya Bass has complained that Helen is a historically white character and claims that Nyong'o's casting is tantamount to giving a white person the role of Pocahontas. They love to do this. It's always the same. Yeah, well, what if we cast a white person as Pocahontas? Pocahontas was a real person. Pocahontas was a real person, you dumb, racist motherfuckers. Oh my God. It's always the same. They always use the same comparison. This is racism against white people. You know who would agree with that? Anna Kasparian. She would be like, did someone say racism against white people? That's my favorite thing to talk about. The replies to her post are full of comments pointing out that Pocahontas was an actual historical figure, while Helen, according to Euripides' version of the story, was born after the god Zeus assumed the form of a swan and mated with a human woman. The conservative backlash against the Odyssey isn't limited to complaints about Helen's casting, of course. Musk is also up in arms about rumors that Elliot Page, an Oscar nominee, will be portraying tragic hero Achilles, calling this one of the dumbest and twisted things I've ever heard, followed by 2 clown emojis. Okay, well, don't watch it. Don't watch it. Cry more. For days, Musk continued insulting Nolan on X. On Wednesday, he said Chris Nolan is pissing on Homer's grave. Also, I think Chris Nolan responded to this and was like, I don't care what terminally online people have to say. He was like, none of this bothers me or affects my decisions because terminally online people are going to be terminally online. Meanwhile, Kevin Sorbo, who only pops up when he is joining the chorus of racist complaining every time. He's like, yes, this is my moment. Kevin Sorbo, who played Hercules in the 90s and is now one of the most visible Republican actors, has complained that Nolan's drab cinematography doesn't accurately represent Greece's gorgeous beaches. The DEI is one thing. Nolan is desecrating Greece, the country, as well. Gross. As writer Claire Willett has pointed out, the outrage itself actually mirrors the plot of another Homer epic pretty well, the Iliad. In a way, she wrote, isn't causing men to crash out before she's even done anything just proof that Lupita is perfect for Helen of Troy? But while others may also be outraged or performing outrage for clicks, nobody seems as upset as Musk, who seems to have added Nolan's alleged offense against Western civilization to the list of topics about which he posts compulsively. Nolan, who is the most terminally online. Why do the white supremacists that always talk about looks look like melted candle wax, though? Oh, yeah. No, they're always... It's always Kevin Sorbo. Always. His commentary on Sunday night and Monday morning is instructive, in between replying to a penis joke with a fire emoji and calling for the death penalty for parents and doctors who treat trans children. Musk continued to post about Nyong'o and broaden his attacks on diversity in Hollywood. He blamed Variety for spreading anti-white racism and said that Javier Bardem's defenses of Palestinians at Cannes were delivered after sipping daintily on his lukewarm soy latte. Elon Musk is a billionaire. Elon Musk is one of the richest people in the world who bought a social media platform, who bought Twitter, because he was memeing, because he thinks he's funny, because he is the most Reddit-coded loser ever, and also because he uses it to make himself seem funnier and more popular. He's so fragile. I love people like him trying to come after Javier Bardem and paint him as some elite, sipping daintily on his lukewarm soy latte. Bitch, you're going to be a trillionaire. You are not part of the working class masses. You are not part of the masses who have been disenfranchised. Like, you're the one doing the disenfranchising. You are the problem. Just go take your ketamine. Yes, just go take your ketamine. Just go put yourself into a K-hole. By Friday, other actors have begun to stick up for Nyong'o in the face of Musk's attacks. Alec Baldwin made his support very explicit in an Instagram post. Dear Elon, but she is the most beautiful woman in the world. While his wife, Ilaria, added fire and heart emojis to his post. Okay, that shit's funny. When Baldwin emerges as the most level-headed person in a public dispute, that might be a sign that something unusual is happening. Or maybe his Odyssey meltdown is simply how Musk chose to distract himself while he waited for a verdict in his high-profile legal battle with Sam Altman. On Monday, a jury in Oakland officially announced that Musk wouldn't be receiving the billions he sought from Altman in court. At that very moment, Musk was reposting videos of his 2024 Joe Rogan episode where he laid out a plan to save Western civilization. You know how Elon Musk can save Western civilization? Put himself in a permanent K-hole. That's how Western civilization can be saved. I promise. I know this. Elon Musk putting himself into a permanent K-hole will save Western civilization. Just keep snorting. Yeah, just keep shoving that powder up your nose. I promise that's the way. I promise. Okay, so here's what Lupita. One thing I will say though is it's fucking disgusting that now the norm is just when a black or other actor of color is cast in a major project that they just have to be subjected to a disgusting barrage of racial hate. That it's like, yep, that's how it is. Ketamine abuse also causes urinary incontinence. Oh yeah, no, he's definitely pissing himself for sure. Lupita's photo shoot. No, she's stunning. She kills me. She's unreal. And she's also one of the finest actresses of her generation. That's a Yale trained. That is a classically trained actress. Lupita Nyong'o can play any kind of role. She can do a silly comedy, and then she can also do Shakespeare. She can do anything. She could be Batman. She could be Batman. Okay, so Lupita Nyong'o has responded, asked about criticisms. I don't like framing that as criticisms. Okay, that's just racism. It's just race. It's just racial hate. That's what it is. It's not criticisms. It's racial hate. This is a mythological story, Nyong'o said before saying, I'm very supportive of Chris's intention with it and with the version of this story that he is telling. Our cast is representative of the world. I'm not spending my time thinking of a defense. God, I love her. The criticism will exist whether I engage with it or not. Love that. I'm not spending my time thinking of a defense because it doesn't merit a defense. Because to call it like to warrant a defense, something must have merit. It must be worthy of a defense. And this is just the same regurgitated racial hate from some of the biggest crybabies on the planet. When a response is so fire, I want to gnaw on my laptop. Right, like this is kind of what I was trying to get at when I was talking about Ethan Klein, where it's not a back and forth. When someone was like, oh, he was crashing out when I was at EC, I laughed because I think it's funny. Like he is so deranged and he's so lost and he's just crashing out all the time. And so I don't view him as a person who is worthy of kind of getting into the mud with. I'm not going to be brought down to this deranged level of hell that he is the king of. 10 years ago, it was how the Little Mermaid couldn't be black because it wasn't historically accurate. Yeah, no, they love to cry about mythical characters not being cast, not having white people be cast as mythical characters. Let them just shit themselves. Yeah. let them shit their diapers and carry that stench around. She later added, it's quite something to be a part of the Odyssey because it's so grand. It spans worlds. So that's why the cast is what it is. We are occupying the epic narrative of our time. Earlier this week, Jimmy Kimmel ridiculed Musk for his comments, telling him to stay in your lane while Alec Baldwin came to Nyong'o's defense. On The View, Whoopi Goldberg also criticized Musk. You don't have to actually go to the movie. I don't know why you feel like you need to speak on this, and I would suggest looking in a mirror if you have any concerns about people's looks, if this is where this is going. Nyong'o, whose post-Oscar films have included hits such as Us, Black Panther, The Wild Robot, and A Quiet Place Day One, also noted in the interview that the majority of roles she was offered after her win were enslaved women, something she calls disappointing but not surprising. In the interview, she also added, I can't spend my time thinking about all the people who still don't love me. You'll find the representatives who believe in you and you'll get on with it. I want to believe I'm built to last. And the other thing is, you don't want people like Elon Musk and Kevin Sorbo and all these other losers. You don't want them. There is no satisfying these people because they are eugenicists, okay? They are so cooked because they are disgustingly white supremacists in their worldview. So there's no making these people happy, nor should you even try. There's no meeting in the middle. There's no coming to some type of terms with these racists because they just will try and drag you into their racist world. That's it. Like that's how it works. Right? When you move to the right, when you take a step towards them, when you capitulate, when you give in, when you give them an inch, they are going to then always try and take more. Always. They're going to keep just moving more and more to the right. You don't let them define things. Exactly. You don't let them have a say. You don't deign to give them an ounce, to give their disgusting worldview an ounce of merit. It's false, and it's not worthy of engaging with in any legitimate way. You do not give them an inch. So I focus entirely on how I view them. They get so upset when I plainly state that their behavior makes me think they're just racist. Yeah, especially people who are in a great position of power like Elon Musk, because he's one of the richest people in the world, and he uses his money and his power to do terrible things. So that is not somebody who we should at all act like he deserves a say in anything. Nothing. Compromising to reactionaries makes you reactionary. Story time. I have known Zoran Mamdani for 20 years. We met when he was just 14 during my internship at Nepo Baby, Zoran Mamdani, at his mother's production company, Marabai Films. After a month of hearing his name mentioned, I found myself curious about this boy. Without realizing it, I had constructed an image in my mind, but the moment he walked into the office, that assumption shattered. The young man before me was present, warm, and respectful. He greeted everyone, introduced himself to me with genuine eye contact and a smile. There were no airs about him, no trace of entitlement. He was down to earth and comfortable in his own skin. Years later, I reconnected with Zoran as an adult when we worked together on the film Queen of Katwe in Uganda. The boy I had met had matured, but his warmth, presence, and engagement remained. As an AD, he proved nimble, resourceful, and adept at navigating both American and Ugandan set cultures. He managed an ever-changing community of cast and crew with grace, easing tensions as they arose and maintaining remarkable calm under immense pressure. Being a good AD requires a particular skill set. You must inspire people to follow the sometimes stringent temporary rules of filming, often disrupting the normal flow of life in a location. You must translate the director's vision into actionable steps. You must understand people, relate to them with empathy, and inspire them to move with your tide. Zoran did all of this with the affable spirit we've all come to know and love. He was focused, dedicated, and passionate about the work. Whether on our film set or in politics, Zoran has always been an incredibly talented and productive person. When he told me that he was running for state assembly in Queens, I wasn't surprised. I was impressed. This young man was choosing a challenging, often thankless path because he believed he had something to offer the people of the city that he grew up in and loved so deeply. Having grown up with a father in politics myself, Nepo baby, I knew the road wouldn't be easy. But I recognized that same glint in his eyes when he spoke about his political aspirations, the same one I'd seen when we worked together on the film. The qualities that made Zoran an exceptional leader in my experience with him on set translate powerfully to the political career he's established. A good mayor listens to the people and finds ways to address their needs. A good mayor communicates effectively and empowers constituents to participate in reaching shared goals, understanding that leadership is never a solo endeavor. A good mayor holds the big picture in mind while focusing on immediate actions that make that vision possible. A good mayor remains calm and clear-headed in moments of crisis, builds a strong team to ensure work gets done effectively, and represents those interests with a profound sense of duty. Earlier this summer, we caught up backstage after a performance of Twelfth Night. Despite his busy schedule, he still showed up for his loved ones and supported one of New York City's treasures, Shakespeare in the Park. Now that is character that I can get behind. I had a conversation with some people who were upset about her casting. Their argument was they shouldn't cast someone who's not white for a white character. Obviously, they are idiots. You know, I would say again, one of the strongest arguments here is, hey, so these are mythical characters. And the reason that they have always been portrayed by white people is because whiteness has always been the dominant. That's why white people historically have played people who are real people, people of color. Like white people have played characters, both fictional and non-fictional, of color, because whiteness has always been the default. Whiteness has always been where the power lies in this power dynamic. I've seen this video about it. I think it's good. The right does not understand the Odyssey. They don't understand shit. And also, a lot of it's performative outrage. Remember that, okay? This is their bread and butter. This is the type of shit that, like I said, you go to YouTube, look at this. All right, look at this. This is their thing. This is their thing. That's been their thing for like 10 fucking years. Same reason men used to play female roles in theater. Yes, when men were the only ones allowed to perform and so would have to play female roles. Christopher Nolan makes Helen Troy black. Lupita Nyong'o goes off and blames the audience for Black Helen Troy backlash. Why is everyone pissed over the Odyssey casting? Goddamn, Brad Cooper. Goddamn, 327,000 views. 327,000 views. Exposing the grift. Lupita Nyong'o is Helen of Troy. Here we go again. Lupita Nyong'o report. Like this is what the right does because leftist cultural commentators, we will talk about it, but we don't make it our entire thing. We don't grift off of it because there's no grift for us here. Like that's the difference. So of course these right-wing content creators and influencers, they love stuff like this. They actually do. They really, really love something like the news that Lupita Nyong'o is playing Helen, because they can make an angry YouTube video and it's just the easiest clickbait in the world. All I want to say is that a masterstroke by Nolan, the amount of publicity these fucking characters are giving to the movie. Yeah, I mean, it's so exhausting. It's so exhausting because it's just it's the nachos reheated. It's all the same racial grievances regurgitated. It's all the same rage baiting, clickbaiting type of YouTube videos. Hey, the Birdman. Oh, the Birdman is okay. Excuse me. Exposing the grift. Lupita Nyong'o's Helen of Troy. There's one video here that's actually calling it out. Helen of Troy was black, apparently. Helen of Troy was not a real person. Ah! Sylvester Stallone loses it with Black Helen of Troy. An Odyssey drama destroys celebrities. Oh, this shit isn't real. It's not real. But, as I always identify, one of the problems here is that there's such little explicitly leftist commentary in pop culture compared to on the right. So for any of these given instances that we've discussed, the overwhelming response online and also how it is aided in the algorithms by people like Elon Musk, the overwhelming response is Lupita Nyong'o's casting as Helen is bad. It's evil DEI woke shit. This is the problem with our modern society. Because online media rewards reactionary system built on engagement will always produce such slop. Yes, and this is easy content for them. These people are not original, okay? They're not original. They are always just looking to reheat the nachos here. Too stupid to sell information. They sell fear and anger. Yes, this is a very easy path. Left-wing people will put out well-made videos that take time, but right-wing people will put out these quick slop videos that go viral. Yeah, you know who, actually, let me see. The case for leftist pop culture propaganda. This is something I wanted to watch.
I hope you're all doing well. So for today's video, I want to have a brief discussion around a criticism that I've seen leveled at me as a leftist content creator, as well as some of my fellow leftist video essayists here on YouTube that have been targeted at us from other leftists. And I want to address it because I think it goes towards a discussion that we kind of all really need to have, as I think it's kind of an existential threat that we're going to be facing in the next few years. And it's a myopic version of that conversation, but I think it's indicative of a much larger conversation. And I think the best way to get into it is to discuss how I've seen this criticism come up against me recently, because I've seen a discourse in like places like Blue Sky come up around a video that I did at the end of 2023 talking about the Star Wars franchise. If you haven't seen it, it's actually one of my favorite videos I did.
By the way, Brett Cooper's video title, Why is Everyone is Pissed? Wait. I didn't... Oh my God. Why is everyone is pissed? That's so funny. Why is everyone is pissed?
Quick version of that 6-hour video is me talking about the Star Wars franchise,
These goddamn
and
turds,
auteur theory, and how people have venerated George Lucas, and how that mirrors his shift as a creator into him kind of becoming more part of the Hollywood and capitalist machine, creating Lucasfilm and things like that, and then selling Star Wars to Disney, and Disney sort of corporatizing the franchise and the message of the franchise, and how that mirrors Star Wars itself as a franchise and work of art, how it started off as this like very anti-fascist work of art, and then how it became more merchandised over time, lost a little bit of its message over time, how the prequels had this very like how neoliberalism falls to fascist message, but ultimately like had a lot more aesthetic than substance in a lot of its critique, and then how Disney has removed a lot of the substance just for aesthetic of Star Wars and trying to merchandise it. And so talking about how this veneration of singular creators mirrors the hero's journey, mirrors also authoritarianism, as well as how capitalism strips meaning and context from work, sort of that Mark Fisher-esque, capitalism recapitulates any critique of itself for itself, and how ultimately all of that.
Greeks are only white because of cultural fetishization by Western Europeans. They're really Middle Eastern, especially in the classical era. There's no city. See, here's the thing. Now, that is a YouTube video that would be produced by somebody who is not some right-wing chud who just takes the easy, regurgitated path of Hollywood is woke. DEI casting, am I right? That's something that gets more into history, right? Is very interesting. But that takes 3 months and is a 2-hour video. That's a 2-hour video that takes 3 months. And it's great. And I would love something like that. But these people, it's about quantity. And it's about getting it out ASAP. And then they move on to the next thing. And that takes work. Yes, that takes work to digest. It does. So, chuds, they want the fast food, you know? They want the 10-minute video of somebody with a very, very YouTube-ass thumbnail being like, can you believe that they cast a black woman to play Helen of Troy? Insert photo of like, what's her name from Troy? Diane Kruger. Like that's that, and the person watching it would be like, yeah, Speed Razor. Thank you so much, Speed. Thank you for the vibe. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Full on first generation Greek here. We do not consider ourselves white. We separate ourselves from the middle EU. We see ourselves as Southern EU. There's the central, and then there's north. We're not the same. We are not comparable to what Americans consider white. Yeah, but Americans view everything in very, very simple of terms and in a very Western way. But anyway, back to what I was saying, what Anne had brought up in that comment. I'm like, that's a cultural video that's like 2 hours long and is very well researched, well written, well produced. And in the meantime, then somebody like freaking, Brett Cooper, she's got 20 videos out, just complaining about the same stuff.
That stuff is sort of a gateway into fascism, and sort of like the story of Star Wars also reflecting the story of Star Wars, the product, as well as reflecting the creators and owners of Star Wars over time. It's kind of a complicated one. It's much more than I think some people have like simplified it as, where I'm saying auteur theory is fascist.
They are the stupidest people I've ever conquered. They can't even make music. Julius Caesar and his conquest of the English, literally.
Not what I'm saying.
And that's a really great quote to start off with.
Regardless of the point, the ultimate critique that I see people have about that video, as well as like similar videos in the fact that I talk about something like Star Trek or Star Wars a lot, these big corporate franchises owned by mega corporations, is that people ultimately say like, hey, you as a leftist are often talking about these very corporatized media. And I'll praise something like Star Wars Andor, which I actually think is one of the very few projects from Disney Star Wars era.
Leftism is when no enjoyment of anything.
That is explicitly anti-fascist and has a really political agenda, I think, behind its stories, and point out the fact like these are things made by corporations. They are ultimately not going to be the revolution that we need.
Yeah, no
They're not going
shit.
to like, spark the change that we really need. These aren't the works of art that these aren't the droids that you're looking for. The works of art that you're looking for.
Oh, you're telling me art made under a capitalist system is not the revolution.
You know, really in-depth leftist conversation.
I know. I'm being a bad leftist because leftism is when you watch all of Andor, and I'm a bad leftist.
And I very much agree with that idea on its face. I mean, we could look at something very overt like Squid Game, which is also a very anti-capitalist work of art, and see how like Beast Games and the Squid Game reality show that Netflix made had sort of like taken this very anti-capitalist work of art and just stripped of all of its meaning just to sell it back as like an empty aesthetic, as like Halloween costumes, like the Squid Game Halloween costume, like removing any critique of it and just selling it back to you. And it goes again to that same idea of like capitalism can reclaim and resell to you and strip all meaning.
Sunburn, thank you for the 43 months.
Capital has the ability to subsume all critiques into itself. Even those who would critique capital end up reinforcing it instead.
That was something I was talking about very clearly in my Star Wars video as well. And so I've seen this critique about how people get bothered or critique me about talking about something like Star Wars Andor and saying like, yeah, Star Wars Andor maybe have anti-fascist messages, but it's gonna ultimately be corporatized. Like hell, I even have a Star Wars Andor figure on my shelf back there. Like I bought the merch, I bought the things. You're still supporting this system. And again, I agree with all of these things. But I also think you're missing a trick if you just dismiss
Finally,
that
bring
outright,
Mama some more M&Ms.
A lot of this critique, not all of it, I don't want to straw man it too much, but like a lot of these folks ultimately will like point out like, well, you should be reading more Mark Fisher, or you should be reading more James
You should be
Scott,
reading more theory.
or you know, the Communist Manifesto and putting it out there for people.
Yo, it's called different approaches, okay? And it is important that we have people who are doing cultural commentary. All right, we don't want every person to be like, and let me walk you through the Communist Manifesto. Let me walk you through like these very dense texts. Yeah, you must only read and recite theory. Guess what? Most people watch Star Wars versus reading Lenin or Marx. Do we understand that? Even people who are ideologically on the left. Now, do I think it's good to read? Of course I do. Of course, I'm pro-reading, all right? I'm pro-books. But understanding where the majority of people are and how they communicate, the language that they speak. Theory is useless if people don't understand it. Exactly. And if you are a negative Nancy on this kind of stuff, grow up.
And I do think like people should be reading those things.
Grow up.
But ultimately at the end of the day, like if I'm sitting here making videos about James C. Scott or, you know, talking about the Communist Manifesto every time, like that's not
You probably read more than leftists whining about people not reading. Yes, I absolutely do. I absolutely read more than people who have criticized me too and are like, well, she's not a real leftist commentator because she does pop culture. I hear her talking about movies. Movies, stupid. Movies, not theory. Me only read theory. I'm like, I have read more than you. Okay, I read every fucking. I know I read more than you.
Gateway to get people into these things. The mainstream culture is focused on things like Star Wars or Star Trek. I think that we need to use these mainstream's touchstones to start to be gateways into leftist theory.
Yes.
One of the big criticisms that I hear about me is like, oh, I'm just some shallow leftist masquerading as like someone more revolutionary. Like I'm an anarchist. I'm not necessarily someone who's like, I want the revolution right now. I believe in more sort of change from within, build up within your communities.
Burn it down.
Sort of like build society, the society you want in your community around you sort of argument. But the argument that I often see is people belittling me and insulting my intelligence or my awareness of a lot of these issues. And like, look, you can talk about my intelligence all day. You're allowed to. I'm a figure on the internet. Whatever, do whatever you want.
A lot of people think in concepts and metaphors, fiction is how you reach more people. It's literally so important. Yeah, it's the thing that we learn from an early age when we are coming to understand the world and we are exposed to we're understanding it through the things that we are consuming. It's literally in the name popular culture. Yes. So in order to reach the masses, you have to speak to them in a way that is palatable. And also, I'm sorry, but everybody's got freaking attention issues now. So being able to keep someone's attention is also so valuable. So valuable. And I'm sorry, but like, even in my own, let me just say, even in my own 3.5 years of streaming, I know the things that I do on stream that are going to keep people's attention more and things that I do that people start to tune out. Now, do I still do things that I know people start to tune out on? Yeah, I do. Okay. When I'm reading something that is particularly lengthy, I know that people are going to be like, it happens, but that's a part of everything that I present here. Even with films, when I do film class, there are certain movies that I know I'm going to have more people stick around. And then there are other ones. I don't disagree, but please stop. Need people to stop saying the Communist Manifesto is long or dense. It is for some people. Okay. Like I am talking about the masses who people don't even read. Okay. People don't read anything. So yeah, that is going to be a lot for someone who's never read anything like that and doesn't read. You know how we talk about the problem with the population becoming more illiterate? Yeah, that's a real problem. And so we have to figure out how to fix that. And one approach here is to make things more accessible. All right. So anyway, I have a lot of experience in being a content creator, knowing the things that are just more palatable, easy to digest. More people are gonna stick around, and then when people start to tune out.
But it does frustrate me a little bit because it's like, I'm not ignorant of these things. Like, I don't even know if you can tell. Like, I don't want to be like, oh, look at the shelf of books and what some performative way. But like, if you can see down here, like I have books like called Avant-Garde.
Sometimes I read stuff on stream because I know it's the only way that someone is going to digest that information. Because I can explain it, but sometimes it's like I really want to read the actual words. So I will read it on stream because otherwise it won't be read.
Fascism, seeing like a state. I have, for those of you who want to see it, like I literally have this like books on liberalism and shit like that. Like there's books on anarchism down here, like A Just Society. And I'm not ignorant.
Like I don't have a background on economic theory. I definitely had a hard time digesting it. Yeah, a lot of it's boring.
Like
a lot of it's boring.
That's
okay,
fine. That's up to you to critique. But I'm not ignorant of them.
People only have so much time when they are not working and when they are not taking care of whatever bullshit they have. They only have so much time in their day, which is why people turn to entertainment. People turn to things that does not feel like work. It does not feel like it requires more work because all they do otherwise is work. So that's why this is important.
The reason that I focus on things like Star Wars and Star Trek is one, I need my joy too. I like these things. I'm a nerd. That's what I like to talk about. But also, if we're talking about like a strategy in terms of when we talk about progressive issues, I like using these things as a gateway into getting people to think about these topics. Like Star Wars Andor as a TV series is never going to be the revolution. It's never going to spark the revolution. It is a product made by Disney and is going to be commodified by Disney. But there are
I love when you read articles, literally go back to the VOD later because I missed the one.
Come about. what collective action looks like.
And
That
I
show is
love
very
to
clearly
read
pulling from
articles.
things like Sergei Eisenstein's sort of, film theory, and going back to things like Metropolis, or talking about collective action, pulling from history of, guerrilla groups and anti-fascist actions. The filmmaking on display in the show is also very clearly
this all
pointing
you
out
do?
how,
Read
how
articles?
collective actions do cost people. Like, people die during collective actions, and the show like focuses on that in a very, I think, deeply emotional way that like takes full advantage of the filmmaking medium. Like, there's things to discuss within that show around that, and I think it would be a loss to not discuss those things in ways that people who just come onto YouTube to hear someone talk about Star Wars might see. Someone might click on my video, want a video essay about Star Wars, and I give that to them, and they maybe learn a little bit more about these things that isn't me just sitting here ranting James C. Scott at you or Mark Fisher at you, but like doing it in a way that talks about like a mainstream thing that people care about. And I think if we look at how the far right have done the exact same thing over the past like decade or so, the better part of a decade, you can see kind of how effective it is. Like the outrage merchants, like we rail against the outrage merchants, the people like your nerdrotics or your critical drinkers or whatever. We break them down all the time and point out like how their critiques of TV shows are very surface level. They're always ranting about woke DEI or
It's really important for leftists to be in this space because so much of it is chud heavy. It's very chud heavy. Just a lot of reactionary right-wing vibes. So having someone like Jesse Gender, who is a transgender leftist who talks about nerd things, right, is in this space, is how you try and break up the chud pipeline. Yeah.
Forced diversity, or like the ruining of the hating of men in media or whatever nonsense that they want to talk about, or in like video games, how like every single time a video game comes out with like any woman that has any sort of non-sexualized feature sort of sets everybody off.
Woke DEI agenda is trying to ruin our ability to masturbate at every single...
Who are other left-wing content creators doing pop culture stuff? Honestly, people in chat will have better responses than I because they're much more well-versed in internet. But I think FD's a pretty big one. I watch people on my own stream here. Like I'm trying to think of some of the names. Sean Spear is great. Love Sean Spear. I'm trying to think of people who are specifically YouTube dedicated. That's kind of where my Matt has his podcast. Matt obviously does pop culture commentary. It's similar to how I do it, but with less kind of breakdowns of specific media, I would say. D'Angelo does. Nicole Raffi isn't very political, but very leftist pop culture. Yeah, because there's there's people who are explicit in infusing leftist ideology into their commentary, and then others who you can either get a sense of or they post elsewhere that tells you they are on the left, but it's not necessarily a big component of their commentary. Elliot Sang, Noah Sampson. Yeah, I would put him in that. I would put him in the more explicit in his political commentary, in his coverage. Cat Black is great. Why is it hard to think of? It's like when someone comes to your city and goes, "What's fun to do here?" And you go, "Let me get back to you on that." when you're put on the spot and you're like, my mind is completely blank. Would you call Anthony the needle drop one? He's definitely of the left, and he does music commentary specifically. Mooncat is a treasure and has been in the game for years and years. Yes, that is a name that's brought up a lot.
And how they're clearly sort of pushing this white supremacist, patriarchal worldview that views everyone around them as objects for them to use, and sort of reinforcing that status quo
Leisha, I would
message.
say
Like,
Leisha is
critique
much
that all
more
the
in
time. We
the
talk
law
about it all
and
the time.
politics.
But we also have to acknowledge, like, it's effective in the sense that they continually put out these videos that do a ton because the algorithm rewards it because A, it's outrage based.
Pop Culture Detective, awesome. Love Pop Culture Detective.
And B, it's focused on mainstream stuff like Star Wars and Star Trek. And it gets attention and it radicalizes people into these views. Like the radicalization YouTube pipeline isn't what it was years ago, but like there's still, these are gateway points into people thinking about things in conservative ways. And I think we need to be doing the same.
What's fun around here?
Ultimately, we're seeing the fruits
Smoking
of their
cigs
labor
outside the
right
gas
now.
station?
Like, certainly it's not the only reason, but there is a reason we are seeing a cultural shift to the conservative way of thinking in the mainstream. Not just by evidence of Donald Trump getting elected, but like a conservative ethos has just really just pervaded a lot of our culture. And yes, it's evidence of how neoliberalism constantly caters to fascism. Like, yes, that is evidence of it. But it also speaks to how well a lot of these folks are propagandizing conservative thought and doing it through video games and doing it through mainstream TV shows or doing it through, you know, political discourses and podcasts and what have you. Like it's a pervasive thing that just continually reinforces these narratives over and over and over again, which is partially how people start to take it as normal. Human beings, if we hear things just enough times, we start to believe it. It's the same thing like as a queer person.
Like here's an example. Okay, somebody who does a video all about how queer-coded monsters from throughout history are. Okay, so whether it's like kind of a more general one or they get specific, talking about werewolves, vampires, etc. Like that is an example of a cultural essay that is not necessarily very explicit in politics. I mean, it can be, but is explaining like the historical origins, you know, and kind of cultural mythos of popular monster creations. Yeah, werewolves being gay as fuck.
You hear as a queer or trans person, especially a young queer.
Nothing beats the Marxist-Leninist analysis.
Queer people are awful. Trans people are awful. Queer people are awful. It starts to invade your brain, and it gets you self-hating, and it's what leads to things like the suicide rate for queer and trans people. Even though we are queer and trans, I've been feeling it a lot lately as a trans
Anonymous
person.
Gifter, thank you for the gift.
My mental health is shit. Not because I believe being trans.
Yeah, and then also, you know, maybe something that talks about how gay vampires have evolved. Looking at pop culture and looking at the way that gay vampires have evolved throughout pop culture. Like there's an essay right there.
Because I continually see it over and over and over again in the culture, and like it gets in you and it just sucks. And it's like we need to be doing that on a much larger level as leftists. And it's hard. That's hard to do. We live within a capitalist system that, again, tries to like strip all critique, to shove down criticisms of itself and strip it of meaning. So like, I'm not saying we're not up against a larger fight than conservatives. There's a reason conservative outrage gets promoted more. But it is something that we should be thinking about and how to do more. And I'm not sitting here thinking like my video on Star Wars Andor is going to get someone to like pick up.
I wrote my dissertation on gay vampires and homo nationalism. Hell yeah.
You know, start joining a militia or hell, even just doing what I want them to do is like anarchistic, like getting involved in your community stuff. It's a video about Star Wars. But it is an entry point for people to be thinking about these things. That's how I got into all of this stuff. Like I was a Trek fan as a kid. I was a Trekkie nerd. And Trek helped me come out as trans. It was a thing that like helped me see who I was. And then being trans sort of put me in queer groups, and queer groups sort of started pushing me into thinking more about gender. Gender got me into Judith Butler. Judith Butler got me into more like other stuff, and so on and so forth. And it's a gateway point into these larger conversations. And I get frustrated.
Yeah, like a video on how horror films have served as an allegory for the trans experience, and why, you know, and obviously using examples of films like I Saw the TV Glow, perfect. And so it's something that is designed to create empathy, but also understanding of how the trans experience is not something that's new. So it's not a video that's going to be breaking down the attacks on trans legislation in just the last year, but it's a video that is hopefully going to generate more empathy for the trans experience, for trans people, and also just better help you better form an understanding of how pop culture is political, and how something like the trans experience has been shown through the vehicle of horror films.
Over and over and over
I'm
again.
doing my thesis
Seeing
on this
people
now.
Getting
nice,
angry on the internet, being like, you need to be more woke. You need to understand leftist theory. You need to da 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 da. How dare you recommend people go and watch Star Wars Andor? And like, yes, I do think there's an effort that I need to do to start to get people to read, more eclectic work. Like, I want to get people to read more trans work. Like, one of my favorite artists right now is Alison Rumsfeld, who like writes about fascism and is like a trans author doing some really cool stuff. As well, and like reading more Ursula K. Le Guin or things like that. As a sci-fi nerd, I'm just pointing those as options, but like there's
My
other
queen.
ones as well. Like, I do think those are things of art that people need to be pushed more towards reading, but there's also value in talking about these mainstream things, because we need to start thinking about how we, for lack of a better word, and it's a good word I actually think, propagandize these things to a larger audience.
Yeah, propaganda is not inherently negative. Just
Because
a reminder.
I think we have been very insular these past few years, and
I'm out
not
here
thinking about how
propagandizing
to
y'all every
actually
day.
build this up as a mainstream consciousness. There's a reason why the idea of consciousness raising is a big part of leftist theory, because you may not get everyone to read James C. Scott or read Mark Fisher or read whoever XYZ person you want people to read. Read the ABCs of anarchism or whatever.
Jesse
like,
Gender.
You're not gonna get people
Link
to
there.
like read those, but you may get them to start thinking about these ideas that are present in those things. And that's what the ultimate goal, right? The ultimate goal isn't to get people to start spouting off theory. It's to get people to start thinking about the world in ways that build up solidarity, build up working class consciousness, building up
she's a big
consciousness in your
Trekkie.
communities, not just online communities, not thinking about conservative thought of like, we need to protect the status quo, we need to protect, these institutions built on white supremacy, but get people to start thinking about how we rethink the future and rethink, the way that we live. It's why I like talking about stuff like Star Trek. Star Trek is not the most radically leftist show. It's a generally progressive show, but it's still not radically leftist. It still upholds a sort of status quo-y mindset, but it is a show that...
Yeah, also, what is one of the lines that I quote on this stream all the time? Hunger Games. Katniss, remember who the enemy is. I quote that probably once a week, and if I'm not quoting it, I'm always thinking about that line.
showcases like a future that is beyond the present day.
As someone who's surrounded by academics, I often discuss with them what is the point of making all this theory if it's not accessible, and how no one can understand it. So I absolutely agree. Pop culture is how you reach a lot of people, get them interested in these things. We need to distill these topics to make them easy to access to counteract the actual propaganda the right is doing, and also to reignite an appreciation for art that is made by human beings, art that helps us connect with this world and the people in it, and helps us to make sense of things, helps us to make sense of our own feelings. In this age of AI being shoved down our fucking throats every second, I think too, these kinds of conversations are really valuable, just as valuable as ever. Pop culture is also the fun stuff or the meaningful stuff to a lot of people that they absorb first. Totally.
It's hopeful. And you can use that to talk about like, hey, how do we think about maybe reinventing our systems, our institutions? Like it's an entry point to that. And I think that that's an important tactic. And I also get frustrated by people always being like, oh, you're not doing the thing that I'm doing, therefore you're bad. I see this constantly come up in many different shades and variations where it's like, oh, you're doing something different as a leftist than I do. You're wrong. You're getting things wrong. You're bad. You're wrong. This is a terrible tactic. It's like we should have a multitude of tactics. Because if we all do one single thing, if we all work the same exact way or do the same thing or talk to the same people, that's an easy way for us to fail very easily. We need to try different things to see how well they work and how effective they work. They may be effective in different areas. It's also a good way for fascists to be able to undermine us. If we're all doing the same thing, fascists need to be like, oh, we fucked that up, and then they're done. They don't have anything else. Like, we should be trying to diversify everything that we do. And for me, like, look, I am never going to be like, here on YouTube as a creator, I'm never going to spark the revolution. I don't really believe that art necessarily is like ever, like, it can be in some cases, but I say this as an artist, I don't believe that art is the thing that like sparks the change. But I do believe that art can be a way to get people to start thinking about these things, can be an entry point into things, can spark something within somebody to maybe get them to start seeing the world in a different way, to change their worldview. And yes, then that comes like directing people towards political action, directing people to things in their community, directing people to something more tangible beyond the art. But it can be a start of that journey. And I think that that's what's valuable about art. It's a way to show people a way of thinking about the world that is different than they live in their own life, or put into practice things in fiction that they may not have seen in their real life. So
You're not doing what I'm doing was the main thing if someone was getting yelled at. See, that's the kind of thing. Because he's addressed that so many times, and he also has a remarkable ability to pull out one person from a sea of 30,000. 30,000. He'll find the one person who's just being extra obnoxious. And I don't know how he does it every time, where he finds them and he pulls them into the public square.
You can maybe think about like how it might be facilitated in their day-to-day. I think
never
that's
responds
where art
to my
has
glaze.
Value. And
No,
that's where I
he
think
never
something
will.
like what I do on YouTube has value. Like, I'm a commodity here on YouTube. I'm a creator here on YouTube that is always like a thing that YouTube is selling. And so I'm never going to be able to, as much as I want to, like just by the basis of what this, medium is and what I'm doing.
I will text that man and be like, you did a great job, blah, 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 blah. Proud of you, yada, yada, yada. One word reply. But if I were to message him about something that is going to piss him off, or that he was already pissed off on, I'll probably get more than a one-word reply.
I can never be beyond that. My cats are fighting in the other room. Stop being good leftists and stop fighting with each other, damn it. But ultimately, that's just kind of what I wanted to talk about, because it's just frustrating to me I just get these very myopic criticisms of like, oh, well, you recommended Star Wars Andor at the end of a video? Like, not a very good leftist. You're asking them to consume Disney products. Like, yeah, I guess. I don't disagree with your point, like, how it's a Disney product. But, like, there is value in some way of talking about these topics through
I'm with you,
these
Jesse.
mainstream products. And again,
This is a sad video. I don't think this is a sad video. I think Jesse is speaking on things that I have spoken on. And she's basically explaining why leftists need pop culture and why leftists need leftist pop culture commentators. I think it's great. And I think this is a good reminder as to the value of art, and also value of commentary by leftists, commentary by leftists, because we need to diversify. We can't have everybody doing the same thing.
Have to be aware.
I mean, look, one reason why I really settled on what I do is because when I started streaming, I knew like 2 people, 3. Well, mostly Hassan and Will. And then started to become more familiar with the political space on Twitch. And this is no disrespect to anybody, because I think there's a lot of great people doing political commentary, but there didn't seem to be as much diversity in the content. There is, of course, in the people who are commentating, which is why I always say, hey, go find the person who fits your vibe, somebody who you relate to, that has a community that you feel most comfortable in. But I was like, okay, I want to kind of try and do something a little different here. I love pop culture. I have a background in entertainment. I think that there's a lot of opportunity here to approach political commentary through this vehicle. So that's why I do this.
The limits of that. I'm not
So that's
sitting here
why I
being
became
like,
a gamer.
I am the arbiter of the revolution or whatnot. And again, I want to be clear. Like, I am not someone who agitates for violent revolution right now. Like, we will have to face like larger systemic forces at some point, and violence is going to be a part of that.
I also fucking love movies. I love art. I love film so much. So much.
In some way, shape,
It's one of
or form,
my
there's nothing we
favorite
should
things to
be
talk
actively
about.
Seeking or glorifying as like a glorious revolution. I believe that we build things in our community. We build solidarity in our community, be it like, working class solidarity or community solidarity around us, things like that. Like, that's more what I push for. And like, ultimately, if you start building up these, different systems that provide resources to people that the state once provided, you will ultimately come into conflict with the state at some point. But it's not something that you should be actively seeking, because it's not going to end well, I don't think, for anybody. But ultimately, like, different people have different views on that, and that's fine. I think we can have discussion on that. But I do get very frustrated with the very like limited thinking of like the value of what something like this can be to propagandize to the mainstream leftist ideals. Anyway, it's just something I wanted to kind of talk about, because it just frustrates me every single time. Like, throw a book at them and think that that'll help get the theory in. It's like, theory is important. You should read it. Like, I've read a bunch of it, and you should be reading it. But like, it's not what's ultimately going to lead to praxis, Anyways, I hope you all, my friends, live long and prosper.
Practice. Praxis is me tweeting 40 times.
Take care
in
and
one day.
see you on the next one. Never end that. Why did I end that way? That's a way I never end before.
Well, oh my God, I thought that was me for a second. I'm so tired. This Lindsay Ellis's video, which I forgot I had, Did Disney Really Steal Aladdin? Just came on, and I was like, why is that me? Whoa. There are these psychologists who've started to do analysis, deep dives of public and political figures if anyone finds them interesting. They used to be True Crime Channel. That is interesting. What is psychology and behavior? Cool. I have a STEM background, and we were taught the importance of being able to communicate complex subjects to laymen. It not only makes the information accessible, but encourages other people to learn more and become interested in the topic. Yeah, I think anybody who's gone to school or learned from someone else knows that that's always been the way. It's somebody who takes information, takes topics, and then presents them in a way that a class of people will understand. It is a skill. Absolutely. Translating things just translating things that it makes it more digestible, accessible. Like, that is education, right? from the moment that we start being educated as little young ones, from not just in an school setting, but from the people around us. Yeah, that's called teaching. That's teaching. Teaching, you teach in a way that you want somebody to understand what you're talking about. Because what's the point if you're teaching and it's hard, it's too complex still. Somebody's not learning then, right? You have to be able to break things down, especially if it's something that is quite complex. It is harder to understand. Like grade school, they dumb it down a bit. Yeah, I mean, the questions you ask as kids to your parent, like, why is this thing this thing? Why does this do this? Why does this happen? Teaching involves improving the mental capacity and ability to process by providing a framework for developing an understanding. Hells yeah. And look, if there are no leftists in the pop culture space, you know who's there? And you know who's only going to be there? Chuds, reactionaries, right-wing losers. That's who's there. That's a lot of who's there right now. That is kind of overwhelmingly what dominates in our algorithms, what gets fed to us on TikTok. And this is a big part of the problem, right? People's understanding of pop culture, their understanding of things that are happening in pop culture spaces, like legal cases that are happening in Hollywood. They're learning about that from people who should not be the ones in that position where they are informing others. They should not be there. When are we going to get leftists in the World of Warcraft spaces? Ooh, well, and the other thing too is a lot of these spaces, they're so hostile, right? It's so hostile to anyone who's not a chud. So it's hard to get in there. And yet it is important. Candace Owens is so popular with the pop culture girlies. Oh, I know. She was driving the Blake Lively shit and even leftists were falling for. I mean, yeah. Broken record over here. How many times have I talked about that? Incel gamer nihilism is hard to penetrate. Yes. I mean, that's why a lot of women that I know leave gaming spaces. They don't feel comfortable there because of how misogynistic and hostile it is. But you need to have people in those spaces who are not misogynistic and hostile. The same day that leftist space, should I become a COD streamer? I'm conducting an experiment to become a COD streamer to infiltrate the space. If I became a COD streamer, I think I would quit after a day. I think I'd be like, and thus concludes the experiment. And that's good enough. That's all she wrote. We might actually get awful chatters. Yeah. I think if you don't let it get to you, even if fans aren't receptive to the ideas, once it marinates, people start coming around if your ideas make sense. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's probably people in here who at first rejected a position I had on something and then turned around on it. I don't expect that everyone is going to immediately be receptive to the things that I say. you know. I still reject your position on musicals. Well, you're fucking wrong. You objectively incorrect. Objectively. Okay. Let me tell y'all. Tomorrow, Nandre and I have decided to try Subnautica 2. I don't know if it's going to be fun, but I said, what the hell, sure. I'll give it a go. So tomorrow's Friday. I usually like to do fun Fridays. I like to do jazz fun Fridays. You know, a little jazz fun Friday, a little jazz gaming fun Friday. So we're going to do that tomorrow. Tonight, I think I'm done because I feel drunk and I'm sober right now. So I was thinking that I should probably go. Sometimes when you feel drunk and you're not drunk, I think I'm still recovering. Today, at the beginning of today, I felt great. I went and lifted my weights, got some chores done, and now I am fading. I am fading. So I honestly think it was the Kars4Kids. I think hearing that jingle that many times and going down that rabbit hole, I think it kind of cooked me. Last two, serotonin in your brain fighting for their life. Fighting for their life. Could we get one last delayed clip react from last night? Sure. I'll go find myself a non-racist town. Shit. I gotta hide. Ah! Oh, Farlito! Here, it's okay, buddy. Revive. I'll go find myself a non-racist town. Just face plants into the mud. Is it me? No, it's not that it's smoky. It's my lights. Sometimes if my lights are not in the right position, it does look smoky. Help. Okay. All right. You see Jacksepticeye? I did. I saw his 100K dono. Amazing. We love it, folks. We love it. Okay, I'm going to send y'all to Will Neff, and then he told me to come over and say hello, so you'll see me over there in 2 seconds. I'm going to walk over there and say hi. Wait, wrong? Who's that? Who's Will Neff with one F? That was like when I tagged the wrong Will Neff on Twitter the other day. Too many fucking Will Neffs. You know what I'm saying? Too many. He's got to change his name or something. I don't know. I don't make the rules. Okay. See you peeps tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining me on this magical, beautiful, wonderful evening. And I will see you on the next one.